Alright, I'm gonna need you to... Wait, are you recording this? Oh, you bastard. You don't record the Johnson.
Anywho, welcome. We are going to do Shadowrun tonight, and I'm going to do some stuff. Hey, Internet, my name is Todd. We're going to be playing some Shadowrun. I'm going to be the DM, GM, if you don't know that one. Hello, Uncanny. Thanks for watching. Feel free to throw suggestions and stuff. Just randomly, we incorporate that into the game, 110%. And, it could be a message on the Matrix for one of the characters. It could be a random spirit walking by and being like, "Excuse me, you're on my foot." It could be anything. So feel free to, whoa, that was weird. It got blurry when I was being a spirit. Wow. Anyway, so we got some lovely people waiting in the wings to introduce, and we're going to be playing some Shadowrun. This is... No worries. We are going to be playing some Shadowrun. It's like Dungeons and Dragons meets Cyberpunk meets The Matrix meets 2020. Oh God. All right, let's get the rest of the people in here and say hello. So we're going to go over and just meet the table. Dun dun dun. It's totally true. Oh, where's my freaking button? Where's my button? I know. Nope. No button. What the? Okay, 1 second. Technical difficulties. Just while we're waiting, a quick side note. All of our music is Creative Commons. You can check it out as it scrolls in the doobly-doo thing. God damn it, Kyle. Okay. Where'd the thing go? That's not it. Zoom? We don't use Zoom anymore. My God. What am I doing with my life? Zoom. All right. Nope, that's not it either. Technical problems. Please hold. Corporate accounts payable. Mimi speaking. Just a moment.
Your account is important to us. Please stay on the line.
Well, apparently, I suck at this and didn't really think this through. And I don't know why it's not. Oh, I know why it's not. Hold on 1 sec.
That's how all Shadowruns start, with this conversation.
Exactly. All right, let's hide the rest of our Discord channel. There we go. Best intro ever. It's true. Uncanny voted for it. Thank you, Uncanny. We'd like to thank the Academy of shit. So, hey.
Oh, you're missing an important announcement.
He needs to get a butt in here, though.
Oh, sorry. What's that, Bella?
You're missing something very important.
Okay.
Today happens to be our DM extraordinaire's.
We already wished him that.
Well, I wasn't there, so now I am. And that's what matters.
That's
happy
right.
Happy birthday, Todd.
Oh, thank you.
And happy birthday to Bertez.
And, yeah, Bee's birthday.
Yeah, it's
and
Bee's birthday.
A couple of days ago was Carl's birthday, too.
That's right.
Well, happy
Go
birthday
Virgo.
to Carl.
Wait, I got a sound effect for this. Ready?
How do I have so many Virgos?
Go Virgo. Go Virgo.
I just surround myself with Virgos. My kid's a Virgo.
Just prior to going live, we were making jokes about how that sound effect would get me kicked out of Darcy's game. And now I really want to do it. And be like, I'm a bard warlock. Oh, yeah. I'm on a boat. Oh, okay. Anyway.
You surround yourself with all the Virgos, and I surround myself with all the nuts.
It's kind of one and the same. All right. So, tonight, in a much more serious note, we're going to be diving into Shadowrun. It's been a little while since we did Shadowrun. So, just a quick recap for those who have forgotten. It is a mega rule-heavy system. I mean, here's the main book for 5th edition. And look at the size of that. It's so big, it's falling out of its... That's actually a thing. People who play Shadowrun 5th, they know about how it falls out of the case. Because it was like It was an error. So it's crazy complicated, so I do a lot of hand waving. The other thing is that the world itself is like the best part, other than the wonderful people joining me to tell a dark, twisted, dystopian fantasy cyberpunk story. Because that's what it is. It's fantasy cyberpunk. And so it's got magic. It's got super high-tech technology. It's got cybernetic enhancements. It's got the Matrix, which ties your brain into this massive computer system. Not like the Matrix the movie, but also like the Matrix the movie. It would actually totally work. Your consciousness enters the machines, and most of the time it looks kind of like 1980s flair, you know. But sometimes you get into the Matrix, and if it looks more realistic, you know that it's that much more dangerous, that much more real. So, it's a whole mishmash of stuff, and it was around since the 80s, and now we're going to dive in. So as I said earlier, I am going to be the DM, the storyteller, just making stuff up today. I prep for hours. And then we've got a couple of people joining us tonight. Now, I believe you already have some characters, but let's do a quick intro nonetheless. And let's start just above me with Bliss.
Okay. My sidekick is just getting off
No problem.
chair, so I got distracted. Okay, hi.
Hola.
I'm Bela. I'm Bliss, and Bliss is our resident human technomancer. Because I started with it, I've got to go with it.
Nice.
She's really a technomancer, but I made a mistake once, and it's.
And you'll pay for it for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
No, but that's how it works. You whisper sweet nothings, and the machines do your bidding.
Well, yeah, and she's really good at it. But she's been on quite a few runs. She started out with we will not say who they are, because that's private. But she started out as a kind of deal between her family and a non-named organization to pay off some debts, and she's been there ever since, and she does this on the side as a hustle.
Absolutely.
So that's her. And she's very colorful.
Oh, that's right. She's all like color changing hair and
she's got when you see her, she's just got colors all over. She's in really bright colors and bits and baubles. She's got lots of plastic hanging off of her and beads and all kinds of fun stuff. So she's not real stealthy, but unless she's hiding in a ditch under, something. But yeah,
she blends.
Otherwise...
She blends.
Sure. Sure, we'll say that.
All right, awesome. So, and her focus is the technology side, with being able to get machines in the Matrix to do her bidding. And as you mentioned, I don't think I mentioned, she's a human, but there are a lot of different, when magic came back, a lot of different races awoke, if you want to put it that way, and kind of came back into being, kind of revealed themselves. People were born, either born with it, or maybe it's Maybelline. But whatever it is,
Maybelline.
Please note, we have not cleared this with copyright lawyers. I'm on the run. So let's keep going around the horn and meet a couple of the other characters. Do you want to take it away, Donnie?
My name is Bessiana, better known as Cat. And I'm a weapons specialist. And unfortunately, I don't know a whole lot about my character because most people don't even get a chance to see her. She disguises herself in black.
Ooh, so she's pretty stealthy. She has a low profile. What character race?
She's a human.
Okay. Okay, so she blends in with about 70% of the population. And she's a human.
Yep.
And she makes things go
Bang.
boom. Just.
Big bang.
Yeah. Now, that said, if anybody gets close, you're also trained in hand-to-hand, bladed weapons, and so forth. Awesome. And we'll learn more about you. You are, of course, essentially a mercenary team. And so having somebody who knows their way around a weapon is usually very useful. All right. Now, the other end of that weapon, not the pointy end, is all about surviving yourselves. And that brings us to our next character. Take it away, Carl.
Hi, how's it going, everybody? Carl here. I will be playing your resident combat medic. So meet Arsenio. Arsenio works at one of the multiple underground street health clinics around town, and usually dressed in a drab, leather gears, sometimes some scrubs. I usually have first aid kits I hang from them, some tourniquets, and the permanent feeling of being tired.
So it's pandemic. Actually, before we even begin, there are two things that I do want to mention. Heroes out there, first aid, medical workers, you people are goddamn heroes. So thank you so much for everything you do. Just thinking of that with Arsenio. Also, I don't always do this, but I should actually acknowledge this. I do want to acknowledge that I'm on, as a settler, I'm on the land of the Mississaugas of the first credit, and also a meeting point between many different peoples, traditional peoples and indigenous First Nations and so on. So I'd like to just add that out there and just say, yeah, that's legit. And also part of Shadowrun in a big way, which is pretty cool because it was that before that. Anyway, so you are all... Oh, one more thing about Arsenio before I kind of cut you off. Sorry. I also wanted to say you've got a trick up your sleeve. You're not just a person with a med kit.
No,
Am I right?
He is a mystic adept.
And for those who don't know what that means, it means he has a special magical ability innate in him. He is awakened, so he can cast spells, but only certain ones and certain abilities. It's not full spell slinger per se, but that is probably going to be really important. So we've got...
And don't worry, Internet, I'm going to figure it out too.
We've got magic and healing. We've got guns and rip their face off. And we've got the Machine Whisperer. And ladies and gentlemen, that's really all you need to start a Shadowrun. We'll be right back.
Good. Excuse me a second. Sorry. Had to turn you over now.
And no worries. And we are back. Welcome to the Shadows, Chummer. It's 2081, and what a century it has been. That's right, 81. We're on COVID-19 wave 7500. I'm kidding, I hope. Oh God, I hope. Actually, there were several. Anyway, those who know the lore, there's tons of lore in Shadowrun, but basically the future is a dystopian, difficult, corporate-run wasteland where the powers of governments have been eroded to the point where they are no longer the major powers. Crime lords, corporate head honchos and CEOs, dragons, and governments, and just people trying to live their lives and scratch together enough to get some soy food and live another day. Horrible ecological disasters. And that's just 2021. So, imagine another 60 years. Hey! Alright. Anyway, So, chummers, you are Shadowrunners. People hired to do the dirty work. You are unregistered people, usually. And that means you can go to places and risk things to try... Yeah, ba-dum-bumps. Thanks, Kenny. To try to accomplish your ends by whatever means possible. The laws, they don't really count for you. Unless they're laws that you carry and make for yourselves. That said, punishments are real, and usually dealt out swiftly in the street. Today, you find yourselves hunkered down in a vehicle. Which one of you has a vehicle that would hold the three of you? All right.
Not
Kat.
I.
Kat, what are you driving?
Not I.
It's a pickup, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
And you, then it's you.
Yep. So
Definitely not I.
You're in a like late model, like probably about maybe a good 7 years old, partly rusted out pickup truck with massive bulbous off-roading tires, which might stand out in parts of the city because it's meant for the rough terrain in between. You guys are in rainy Seattle, and you're on a stakeout. The three of you crammed in the cab of this small pickup. The back, totally covered up, and yeah, stake out. Hey, Darcy, you can jump in if you feel like it. But you're in the back. Yeah, there's room in the cab, Darcy. I'm just saying. He's got the kid seat behind. Hey, let me out. I'm just kidding. So
there is something covered up in the tarp behind us.
Oh, there is crazy amounts of gear.
Great big, high covered.
Oh, and Kat, when anybody gets too curious, do you let them take a look, or are they not allowed?
Nope. There's only certain people that know that's even there.
Nice. So most people think it's just junk or whatever, but it's just covered up. Nice. All right.
Arsenio and I forget Bela's character. Bliss. Do you know what it is?
Right. So everybody here goes by aliases because between facial recognition and all that, you gotta have a fake name, but a good rep on the street to get a job. Now your fixers have called upon you for a job, and I'm gonna hand wave because this is supposed to be a one shot. We'll see. You have accepted the job to track down and liberate, extricate, kidnap. People call it different things, but it really amounts to the same thing. Get them and bring them back. So you're camped out in a section of what's known as it's technically on the edge of Touristville. You've been getting a little more comfortable here, but for those of you like Kat, your vehicle would probably blend better outside of the city in most places, but in Redmond, anything goes. Little scooters and like total hack jobs and rusted old buckets and armored personnel carriers and jeeps with full machine guns. All of it goes. This is the inner city rot that is Seattle in the future, at least parts of it. Some of it is so shiny, it would like even the is shined in some of the city, just super glitter. And the other parts are rusted old twisted metal dung heaps of the city, just shells and low-rise, high-rise mix. Now you are parked in a slightly more high-rise area, not high-rise, mid-rise area. The buildings kind of weaving tightly around the streets, clinging them close, and extra floors have been added on top in areas. Cargo containers and ramshackle huts built up around you, so that most of the area is probably about 4 to 6 stories high, and this little rat's nest of of roads that end up seeming more like a maze than they do an actual planned city.
Good thing I know where I'm going.
Yeah, exactly. You end up you've been here for about an hour, just kind of getting a feel for the place, watching the traffic go by, watching the drones, watching some zip overhead, some taxis that are, like I said, it's closer to the more habitable areas. Further into the rot of the city, it gets to the point where taxis don't go there, and the ones that get even close resemble armored personnel carriers more than cabs. Individual personal vehicles are a luxury, and those who travel by are usually connected or criminals or about to get robbed. But right now, this is a little more friendly here. There's a semblance of culture revived in this area. It's, if anything, it's slightly gentrified is not the word. Less mortal. And as such, the danger and the grime and the sense of mortality, but not being entirely deadly, this is why they call it Touristville. People come here for all manner of illicit entertainments, to live life on the wild side. Those crawling out of the gutter come here to get a sense of the good life. And those living the good life, the pale, pasty, boring, flat, stale, soy latte adjacent existence of of life. They come here to breathe actual dirty, unfiltered air. And, like rabbits with anything that they can pay with their meager salaries. And inject into their veins or plug into the brains to just take away the brain numb. Even if it's just for a little while. So, you're here to find someone. His name is Yukon Jack. A card shark, a mid-level fixer. There's a swirl of rumors. Can I get you? Anybody have any street knowledge skills? Go ahead and check your characters and see if you have any.
Street knowledge.
No, I don't.
Things like street background. I know, actually, Bliss, I think one of your skills might apply here. I just don't remember them off the top of my head. Let me see if I can add you in.
I mean, I've got, Matrix stuff.
Okay,
but
you could probably do that if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, I got that. I'm just looking at something that would be similar to street knowledge, and I don't have very much. Under my knowledge skills, it's
there's knowledge skills
really
and
just
active
computers.
skills. Okay, all right. So
I got mercenary hangouts, but
that'd be a bit of a stretch. But go ahead and roll it. It'll up the threshold. Go ahead. In Shadowrun,
Right.
for those who are uninitiated, you roll d6s equal to your dice pool, and you
Oh
hope,
gosh, I gotta
you
get
pray.
on roll 20, don't I?
you hope
Yeah,
and
help.
pray to get a 5 or a 6. A 5 or a 6 means it's a hit.
Oh my god!
And you get a
And what's
certain number
these-
of hits to succeed.
what's these small? Okay, I'll roll the dice. I get 6 dice.
Sure, I believe you if you want to roll physical dice. I got a whole bucket. Authentic.
Oh no, what?
And now,
6.
with
D6.
authentic dice sound.
I got 3 hits.
Three
So
hits.
on my
Nice.
on my sheet, I got the number of dice, then in parentheses 5 for mercenary hangouts. Then I got 3 beside it. For
So your
intelligence.
skill will be 3. 5 would be your logic, I'm guessing, or your something. That make sense?
Okay, so the intelligence will be 3, then in brackets is 5.
Okay, so you just roll 5 dice.
So not 6?
I think that's it. So you got 3 hits, yeah?
Yeah.
Alrighty, so that's enough to get a sense of the place. You don't get a lot because he was a fixer for a little while. He had a few fingers in a bunch of different pies, and one of them was setting up Shadowruns a little bit, and so that would fall under mercenary. So you fall within the threshold, and you get a little bit of info about your dear friend Yukon Jack, a con artist.
He's a con artist, a piece of crap.
One of your old contacts says,
Yeah, he still owes me money. If you see him, you put a bullet in both his kneecaps for me.
Gladly.
Would go against my Hippocratic oath. I can't do that.
What a ha?
My hippopotamus oath.
Your hippopotamus oath. Hey, I didn't know you were hippopotamus.
I didn't know they ate oats.
oh man, I feel like I need a badump bump right now. Wait,
And
I got
that's
it.
how we start a Shadowrun.
And this begins
God help
the
us.
birthday
God help us.
TPK. That's what that is.
God help us.
Hey, you guys want some of this like a jar of like clear liquids I should liberate from the hospital? I don't know what it is, but you know, it's a stakeout.
Formaldehyde.
This is what we're supposed to do, right?
You're passing
Probably
around an
not
old
a hard-
Erlenmeyer flask with a cork in the top. It's actual booze. Like what they sell in stores and stuff is like, it's like soy beer and like synthahol. This is legit, like burn your throat, twist your mind, lift your spirits, good old fashioned hooch that he is liberated from a. It tastes like disinfectant because it is. So, since you're tying one on back there, Arsenio, go ahead and roll a double body check for me. So, or body plus willpower, or twice body, one or the other.
We're starting out great.
Okay, so how would I determine the amount of dice I'm rolling for this?
So you take your body, your attribute,
Yeah.
and you either double it, or if it's a better score, you can take your body and add your willpower. And roll. That makes your dice.
All right, cool. So I will do the ladder. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 hits.
Nice. All right. You got a nice little buzz on. It tastes like trash. But you got a pretty nice little buzz on, but it's not impacting your ability to function quite yet. Anybody else want to tie one on? He's passing
I'm
around
past.
the Jurl, the Erlenmeyer flask.
I'm
yeah,
on the wagon.
that's not my poison. My poison's a little more hot sim.
Nah, damn. That's right. For
I'm
those
I'm on the
uninitiated.
wagon, knowing where it usually gets me.
Nice. And
I got a job to do.
nice. All right. By the way, for those who don't know, hot sim is an electrical drug feed right to your brain. When your brain can plug into the matrix, and you take the filters away and the safety protocols away, that electric signal and that pure sensory overload. Some people get hooked on that. And Bliss, that's your jam. Speaking of which, let's just have you do a matrix search roll, which, if I remember correctly, is, let me just find my handy dandy charts.
That would
Figure
be my matrix perception.
I believe so. Where did I put the charts? I had to make charts for this game. Like, this game comes with serious amounts of homework. And for the purists out there, I apologize, because I am definitely going to be playing fast and loose with the rules. Here we go. Let's do computer plus intuition is going to be what you roll, and it's data management is your, or data processing is your limit. However, you're a technomancer, so you don't have data processing. So your limit is just going to be your the mental limit.
Mental 7.
All right, nice. So go ahead and roll.
For flag's sake.
It's all right. We're just
that.
getting used to it again. It's all
I
good.
totally barfed that. Okay, I gotta
We're
do
just
all
dusting
that
it
little.
off.
Yeah. I think this is that'll do it.
There
5
you
successes.
go. 5 successes. All right, so that's damn good. So on
And
the
no
deep on the matrix, you have been tracking your old pal Yukon Jack, and you have a file that, if it was a physical file, would be like super long. You've got all the personal details. You've got you've got all kinds of like previous contacts, all kinds of hangouts. You know all of his main subscription feeds. So if he ties into the Matrix pretty much at all, his ass is yours. Which is actually why you are here in town. Because guess what? You got a blip real close. And so, you find yourself here on a stakeout. Fair?
Okay.
All right. Sorry, I just gotta add. Trying to get the visuals back up here to. It'll do, pig. It'll do, as they say. Please note, copyright lawyers still haven't answered my emails, so I'm gonna do what I want. All right, so you find yourself on the edge of a. Actually, you're just outside of kind of what would be a street market. You've got, in the rain of Seattle, you've got all these booths open with people hawking whatever kind of food. Some of it might actually be real meat. Just don't ask where it came from. And you'll be fine. Other people selling stuff that, was liberated. You see all kinds of like anarchy symbols. You see this people milling about in this early evening. It's probably about 9 o'clock at night, and you got a hot tip that Yukon Jack is in a safe house very nearby. In fact, with 5 hits, you also got word from one of your contacts. Internet, I'm going to need a name if you have one. A name of a Matrix gang member who kind of thinks the world of themselves.
I'm parking in a dark alley somewhere near the drop point.
Absolutely. Dorian. All right, Dorian is his real name, and you know that because you hacked the shit out of him. He was just some little script kid who didn't really know what he was doing, but you showed him what's what there, Bliss. And as a result, he has constantly pestered you to try to you gotta give me that sweet code that you use. All right, it's awesome. You know what? If you write me some code, I will totally narc on this little piece of crap. He still thinks that you're a hacker, by the way.
Yeah. How do I deal with this? God. Do I deal with this person?
In the Matrix, his icon is just this stick figure, like a slightly filled-in stick figure, with this kind of over-animated face that's a little too big, with these big eyes. But a very distinguishing feature, he's got these massive, brilliant white sneakers. And he goes by the street name Kix. Kix Malgrove. Dorian Malgrove is his real name. You sent him his high school transcript, and he almost pissed himself. Back when he, went to high school. He's not anymore. He's a ganger, and a Matrix ganger. So he does all that.
Okay. Would I be able to just kind of do some half-ass non threatening or something he can't get in trouble with?
You can certainly give it a shot. So I'm going to get you to roll.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Something
I'll
that's
give him something, but something I'll talk it up, but it's really going to be a useless piece of shit.
Oh, okay.
He can't do anything with it. That's dangerous or harmful to anybody else, and he can't get himself into trouble with it.
Okay, so it's the not getting himself into trouble that I want a little more clarification on. Do you want it to actually be pretty effective at hiding him, but totally ineffective at hacking systems? Is that kind of what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
That.
So you're not trying to screw him over and have it beam everything he does to the FBI.
Oh.
You could make him totally ineffective and not a problem anymore. But if you want to keep him as a contact, you could also make it semi-effective. And you're
semi-effective.
All right. So I'm going to get you to do logic plus computers, straight up old school programming, unless you want to add something fancy to it. Just kind of assemble the code, as it were.
Add something to it that will actually pinpoint him on a map.
Ooh, there you go. You could totally do that.
Yeah, we can track down the building he sits in.
You could also compile a sprite and tell him it's a program. And it's in your command.
That would be shitty.
I object to that. I have a sprite for a pet.
And I have a Sprite to drink.
I have lots of sprites.
Spirit, silly.
And I have a name and what they look like for each and every one of my sprites. I just want to throw that out there.
Awesome. I look forward to hearing the description.
What could I add to that? Can I add software?
Oh yeah, you can do software for sure. Totally.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So 60. Wow, that's a lot. There's a lot.
Now, just so you know, it would be logic plus software, not
okay.
Not plus computers as well. That's going to double down.
Oh, then it's the same. And it's the same.
Cool.
It's 12. So
all right, so roll it up.
Wait, no, 16. I know how to math.
Math's good.
Exactly. 12, 14. I'm really math bad.
This is why you stay in. Actually, no. This is why you play role-playing games, kids. It makes you use math. Totally does.
Yeah.
Not algebra, but math.
Yeah.
Math.
Simple math.
My math is 4 successes.
Nice. All right, 4 hits. You managed to compile a piece of code that will look super custom because it is. You only will the Matrix to assemble this, and it kind of so you don't follow a lot of the regular architecture. So when he downloads this from you, he's like,
"Oh, holy shit! What? Whoa! Oh man, this is amazing! Thank you so much."
Bliss, what does it do?
Well,
I had to find out, stupid.
It's a lemon. A sexy, sexy lemon. That's the icon looks like a lemon. That's what the program.
Find out, stupid.
Oh, dude, do I throw it at the baddies?
And he's holding this cartoon. He's holding this cartoon style lemon. He's like,
oh, "Is this a data bomb?
Tell me this is a data bomb."
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
All right, he's just like, oh, I better save
you got
it, though.
me. Yeah. Yeah,
All
for
right.
sure. Like, don't
Can,
misuse that.
all right, I'll use it when I need to use the data, when I really need to bug out. Thanks so much. All right, yeah, Yukon Jack is a piece of crap. He's hanging out. He's hired a gang to protect him. And he's just hanging out in the safe house at this address. And the kid beams you the address. Oh, thanks, Bliss. This is amazing. I really want to use this, but I won't. Anyway, if you
Save it. Only in a crucial, like
Just-
life
just
and
bam.
death.
Just
Life
right in
and
the
death.
face.
Nope, life and death.
Oh,
You are one shit away from dying. That's when you use that.
all right.
Okay.
All right, I will. Thanks.
Only then. Bye. Bye-bye.
So he goes, you have a
Click.
location, and that is what led you to this stakeout. You're at the end of a long street with all these vendors, and at the far end of the street, on the third floor, fourth window to the right, you know where the safe house is, where Yukon Jack is hanging out. You also already... Actually, I'm going to get Kat. Can you do a perception check for me? Arsenio, you're too busy drinking, and Bliss is too busy monitoring on the Matrix.
I also got these soy Pop-Tarts. They're great.
Yum. Oh.
And how do I do that? My perception in the parentheses is 4, but on the outside of it has 6 with a die on it.
So you would roll 6 dice, and if you have Cyber Eyes, I'm not sure if you do, you might add something
No, I
to
don't.
that. I don't have your character in front of me.
No, I don't.
Okay, so you're just going to roll 6 dice and tell me how many are 5s and 6s.
How do I do that?
Life or death. This kid's going to wait for that and then die because it doesn't do anything. Yep, maybe. I love it. Meanwhile, this kid's like,
I really want to try it.
How can that be? 6 successes?
because because it was under 6. Anything under 6 counted as a success. So if I actually look at the dice themselves right next to my head here, that is
One
only
success.
one hit with a 5. So you managed to pick out and locate this safe house at the end. It looks pretty busy, and parts of this street are actually blocked off with those parking, the concrete pillars that are kind of wrapped in yellow paint. Well, most of them are chipped and dinged, and you can see a few of them that are legit just broken off. Motorbikes are just weaving around in between, little electric scooters, and tons of people. There's probably about close to 1,000 people maybe not 1,000, but like a lot of people milling about and coming through in this market at night, or before the sun and lights are totally gone, and before the spray comes through, the microbial spray to try and keep down the rats and stuff. People don't like to breathe that shit, so they clear out at about 10 usually for the spray, and then come back for the later evening. It was officially a program made by the city to try and keep the rat population under control. But really, they just put these warnings out, like,
Decontamination zone. Decontamination zone. Please clear the area. Please clear the area. Vermin extermination. Heh. Yeah, there are the vermin. Oh, Bob.
Your mic's still on, Bob.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Clear the street.
And then like a helicopter and a bunch of drones go and start spraying through. You're staking out a while and you see this happen. Time lapse jump forward. And so they spray the street with this mist that kind of sticks to stuff like oil, and it's pretty toxic. And then after a while people come out, and some people just don't even move, they just take it.
As we're sitting here in the truck, I'm going to have Bliss show me on the computer where his office is, and you did say it was 4th floor.
I'll transmit it to your devices because you and
You'll have.
I don't
Yeah.
have a device.
Well, you have like
No?
contact lenses.
should have-
If you don't, then
yeah.
I'm saying you have a contact lens to go with your pan, so you can see heads up. You've got a smart link, so you've got something
Yep.
you can see computer
yeah,
overlay on,
yeah, and
whether
I would
it's
send it
goggles
to
or
you.
glasses.
And then I'm gonna walk through the sales market, and I'm gonna look for a grappling hook.
Nice. Oh, like a spot. You've got one under your trench coat.
I've got a 50-foot. I don't know. I better grab a 200-footer instead. I grabbed a 200-foot rope out of my pack,
hmm
and I'm going to look for a grappling hook. Buy it if need be.
Make your own entrance.
Yeah.
I like it.
And go up the windows.
All right, now there are quite a few people, but if you get down there, you can kind of get in position. What's your plan, Arsenio? As you see, Cat's gonna try to go in the window.
Oh, goodness. Who do I follow? Well, I might as well follow Cat, because, well, Cat's the one that's gotta need the tourniquet.
I think people around Cat are gonna need the tourniquet, but that's just a technical thing. All right, so
That's
you kind of go
collateral.
with Cat. Can I get a perception check from you, Arsenio?
Perception. Let's see what that. 7.
Oh, I see. How do I turn that around?
Hold on a sec. 7 dice.
So you step
I'm going
out.
by the number of dice that's beside the. Ooh, 1, 2, 3 hits.
Okay, that's
Two.
pretty good. All right, so you're walking out and kind of blink your eyes, kind of game face, give your head a little shake to clear it. And as you're walking down, you clock like there's a bunch of just regular street riffraff kind of people and like the vendors themselves. And you're all blending in pretty well here. There's nothing that stands out as like corporate about any of you. And in general, nobody even gives you guys a second look, except towards the end of the street, you actually see there's, in part of this kind of bland building, it doesn't have any, most of them are shops and stuff on the first floor. This one's all like basically solid or just a couple of windows here and there, like 2 windows and then a main door, double door. It looks like kind of there was a certain kind of concrete style low-rise building that was really popular about 70, 80 years ago. And it was one of those that's been converted and built on. And so it's kind of the perfect bunker because it doesn't have the glass front and bars or anything except this one double door. So as you kind of take that in, you see the guy standing next to this door. And he looks like he's just blends in with the street riffraff, just hanging out, smoking a death stick, just or like vaping a death stick, I should say at this point. But the thing is, he's got this ball cap, totally new kind of looking ball cap, which is what makes him stand out slightly, because it's not secondhand or it's clean enough that it could be brand new. Then you give him a bit more of a look, and you see his eyes are clear and ready. You also clock with those hits that he is packing. He's got a weapon, which is not that uncommon in this area, but he's definitely got it ready and holstered in like a kind of a makeshift, nothing fancy holster across his hip. And he's just hanging out there in this armored vest and just vaping and looking around. He looks a little bit suspicious.
Keep in mind, I am dressed in black, and I'm going to be blending in.
Absolutely. He doesn't seem to have spotted you before Arsenio clocked him and was like, oh, bodyguard. You can tell by the tats on his neck, too, that he probably is gang-related.
Do I know which gang?
Do you have street gangs as a knowledge skill?
Nope.
You done went to college boy. You don't know street. You went to one of those medical places where they taught you how to, like, heal people. You don't know gangs. Yeah. You
Well,
you can
then.
tell that he's probably gonna die from, but you can't tell like who he hangs out with.
Do I notice the tattoo you got? The ink is poisoning his blood.
Sure. I love that. Yeah,
Nah.
you're just like, oh, that's a nano tattoo. And an old one. He could be a... The problem with a certain brand of nanites, you wonder if it was a certain one that had a tendency to go a little invasive and burrow and invade the bloodstream and just latch onto organs. And I mean, the internal tattoos were beautiful, but they are really bad for you. So he
And
could
then I
have had
snap
one
out
of
of
those. Yeah. All right. So unfortunately, don't get much of a lead. Just enough that this place is being watched from the front. Bliss, what are you doing?
While they're doing that, oh boy. I don't feel like I would not like. I feel like I didn't want to interrupt because it was like a great moment, but I feel like I would have been with them.
Fair enough. So you're just a couple
I
of
don't-
paces back.
Yeah, I feel like she wouldn't go on her own at this point. She would stick close to them and just kind of, yeah.
Absolutely. All right.
But, trying to keep low profile.
Okay, can I get you to roll
Really
etiquette if you have etiquette? Or you can roll stealth. I'm just curious to see how it...
I have
and that's all
stealth.
of you. Please go ahead and either roll etiquette or stealth. Etiquette's to kind of blend in amongst the crowd, not stand out, and stealth is to literally not be seen. And
I
shadow
have
to shadow.
sneaking.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Sneaking. Ugh, too much D&D.
But I
Yeah,
have more. I have
so
more
do I.
etiquette than I have sneaking, so I probably should do etiquette.
The choice is
Would
yours.
that be under active skills or?
It is under active skills, yeah.
Oh, I'm.
Or you can
Yeah,
default
no.
to charisma for either of those, actually.
All right. Well, I don't have a choice. I don't have either of them, so I will go charisma.
3 successes for me.
Nice.
I got 2 successes.
Cat,
And-
Bliss.
Hold on, and I go
Not to drop it.
1 success.
Nope.
Yeah.
That's no successes, Carl.
Oh yeah,
That's a
nothing.
4 on a 5, bro. So no
Oh,
successes and a 1.
Oh,
But not enough ones to be a glitch. So it's probably your backpack and the med kits that are dangling from you as you basically look like you're going for a hike, prepared for like mild bus accident. It's kind of your vibe. You're like a backpacker in a bad neighborhood, and a bunch of people are just like, and like you can
Guys.
practically see the streets come drooling.
guys, is this the hostel? Is this the hostel?
Sorry, you're making me cough up a lung here. All right. Oh, that's funny. So the rest, Bliss and Cat, are just one with the street. Nobody even doesn't even glance at you once, Bliss. They're just like, "Yep, she belongs here." Your multicolored hair, your kind of funky outfit.
I feel like
came into the wrong neighborhood. I don't know why it's suddenly southern in Seattle, but it's how I roll. I do like 3 voices, to be fair.
It's 2081. Anything could happen.
It's true. They're now, that said, Cat kind of has this the nomad kind of look going, but enough that people are like, oh yeah, don't mess with the nomads. They will cut you and chop off a limb and roast it over the fire and eat it. So they leave you alone there, Cat. And Arsenio, you're looking like a nice rep target. There are those types everywhere. This is true. This is true. Thank you, Seraph. Good to see you, Seraph Gabriel. All right, so you're a little too close to the person who looks like they know what they're doing. Cat, you walk with that combat confidence, whether you mean to or not. And so they just leave you the hell alone. anyone who's trained, you know what I'm talking about. You don't mess with them.
Arsenio,
By
stick close.
Yeah, by proxy, Arsenio catches up, and the three kids, I say kids, like they're teenagers probably, who kind of were beginning to trail along behind in the wake of Arsenio, walking through this crowd. They spot Cat, just give them a look, and they're just like, oh shit. And they bugger off. All right, so you get down to within about probably 100 feet of the house, the safe house. And you know that they're up on the 3rd floor, 4th window from the right. What do you want to do?
Did I find a grappling hook?
Oh yeah, you've got a grappling hook on you. You have that gear. Legit. Yep. And as you get closer, you can see, you can actually see there's a fairly decent spot to do that from. Let me just drag all of y'all to a new map. And you just have to imagine this is totally filled with lots and lots of people and all kinds of stuff. But you started at the north end of the map, and by now you've actually made your way to pretty much the middle. So I'm going to paste you guys right there. As you're walking through, Cat in the middle, Bliss, and then Arsenio.
So,
We got a map?
Yeah, if you're on Roll20, you can also see it on the stream if you want.
I don't see it. Oh,
No,
there
really?
it is.
Okay.
There it is. Wow, that's big.
And at the very south end is your target. You got to get a little further south to the building there. But as you can see, it's strewn with huts and dumpsters and all kinds of riffraff and stuff that's easy to duck around and kind of slip behind. In fact, you clock there's dumpsters to the right of you, dumpsters to the left. And it looks like a pile of garbage and maybe a little encampment of people, kind of like one of those little nests that some people might kind of scoot into. You might be able to get around behind the dumpster to your left, or you can just keep walking straight at the door. What do you want to do?
are there any dumpster fires?
Oh yeah. There's a couple.
Yeah, stay away from dumpster fires.
I want to step to the side, kind of hide myself a moment, and I want to hook a little bit of cloth around the hooks of the grapples.
All right, I like it.
Once it comes in contact with something and I throw it, it's going to be softer sound instead of a loud clunk.
Ooh, yep, I love it. And you get a good eye
and then I'm
on
going
that window from here.
Try to stealthily move towards that window.
Absolutely. So you move forward, and from where a little bit further south, you'll be able to see, get a really good eye on it. I don't have it in the picture, but I'll just drag y'all down a little bit here. Oops, sorry, wrong button. One sec. Map layer. There we go. All right, so you go walking through. I love how the icon of Arsenio is wearing a suit and tie. That's kind of the feeling. All right.
And
so,
you apparently have Bliss in front. She's got all the colored hair.
she's kind of just...
but I'm pretty damn stealthy.
You're stealthy, and most importantly, you kind of blend into the neighborhood. That's actually probably more valuable right now. So, actually, Bliss, immediately to your left, you hear this whirring sound. Partly in the Matrix, partly in your head, just... And then when it translates in your mind, you hear the buzz, and then you hear the machine code translate. And immediately to your left, you see this tiny little hover drone that's total hack job, like totally homemade little hover drone, just like... And then it kind of loses it's having trouble staying upright properly. And you get the impression this is almost like if it weren't so damned advanced, you'd say this was like a child's toy.
Do I get the sense it's a like a security system?
for a second you think, oh no, and then you're like, wait, no, and you listen to it, and it actually is humming away. And I'm gonna get you to just do a matrix perception check in lieu of an encryption check, but that's basically what you are doing. Does that make sense?
Did she notify us that what she hears?
I am, unless she wants to.
Not yet. No, I want to figure out what it is first. It's okay. 2 successes.
All right. So after a few seconds, you can hear this thing. And it's almost like you can hear a kid's voice and the machine code answering. It's like your brain it's such simple encryption, your brain just makes nothing of it in a few seconds, because that's just second nature to you, or almost first nature to you. So after a few seconds of listening to this drone, you can hear it, and you hear something like,
No, left. I will do my best. No, left.
oh, never mind. Oh no, she sees it. Turn around.
I am low on battery.
Oh yeah, that just piques my curiosity. Can I kind of stealthily I think can I call a sprite
Absolutely.
to help me take this thing over?
Absolutely.
I want to control this thing.
All right, wrong button. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and
So-
compile a sprite.
So who am I going to compile? I got to figure out first who I'm compiling. I feel like this is the job for no, not her. I feel like this is probably crack. Would this be a crack sprite that I wanted?
Yeah, crack sprite.
Or a data sprite? Crack or data?
I think probably crack sprite. I just realized something. I should switch your icons, because the one is super colorful, that's Cat, and the other one is kind of badass looking. That should be. So I should switch Bliss and Cat's icons. So I'll do that.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, because that would.
That's
be
what I was saying.
Yeah. I understand you now.
So I'm gonna use. So my crack sprite's name is Xenops. And they
Xenops.
are, yes,
Love it.
Xenops.
Zero.
And they are a female presenting, kind of like with an electron body. They're blue, and they're kind of humanoid, shimmery. So that is them. So I'm going to. I have to do a compile, right?
Yep. Please
So
roll
that's-
compile.
Let's do this.
And we'll see
Come
how
on.
many services you get from your sprite.
Or
As you reach into the code and just this whole like whirling, only perceivable on the matrix by very select few, this strange swirling digital vortex just kind of all right. What's up? I mean, if you want, I can do the voice changer.
yeah, what I want to know is who has created this. I want to know who's behind this, and I want to
this
know
This
where
one
they
here?
are.
You want this one? Sure. Just really quick.
I only have
Bring
one.
me to your
I control.
leader.
In just a sec.
And she just goes and just dives into it. Literally, just her whole digital body, which is as tall as you are, just dives into this tiny drone, which spins wildly out of control, straight up for a few seconds, and then settles, and then right at eye height for you. And you can now put your consciousness into this and see through the drone and back to the little homemade Radio Shack assembled drone deck from this, and you can turn on the webcam of it and see who's driving it. And you see this little, like, 13-year-old, 14-year-old kid somewhere in behind the piles of dumpster, kind of tucked in, really packed in tight. And you can see him sitting there, like, kind of typing away, little skinny kid with shorts and his knobbly knees as he's typing away, trying to get control of this drone. It's like, come on, why isn't that working? Come on, don't do this to me.
Am I allowed to speak through it?
Absolutely. He's perceiving through the drone, so you can control that because of your drone, because of your sprite.
Right.
Do you
What
want me to
are
waste
you
him?
up to?
Oh, sorry.
No. He's a kid.
No problem.
Nothing so dark. That's my job.
All right.
What do you say to the
What are
kid?
you up to, little one?
What?
You're dabbling in things you shouldn't be dabbling in.
What? I'm just watching. They. Can I get you to What? How do you want to convince this kid to talk to you? Do you want to play nice? Play scary?
Yeah. No. I'm gonna try, appeal to his smarter side. Because he's
Sure.
obviously bright.
Yeah, that's fair.
So
All
I'm
right.
gonna try to appeal to that.
Okay. So can I get you to roll? Let's go with probably either etiquette or negotiation.
Sure as hell's not going to be negotiation, that's for sure. I don't even have it. We'll go with etiquette.
Sure thing.
4 successes.
4.
I'm
Man.
on fire with the rolls tonight. Not
Good.
bad. I shouldn't.
Hey.
Oh shit! Knock on wood. Knock on wood.
How did you even do that? Hello?
Magic. It's magic.
That's funny.
Mm.
I don't
So
do magic.
again,
That's Mateo's
doing?
whole thing.
Mateo.
Bush.
Yeah,
Bush,
Mateo's.
who are you talking to?
He's like my cousin. I'm just. I just help him. I'm good with. I'm kind of good with machines. And
What's your name?
my name's Nick. I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, damn it! Mateo told me to not. My name is Cyber Squirt 2000.
Ooh. Okay, Cyber Squirt.
2000.
2000.
Much better. Yeah.
Yeah, way better.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I don't have enough
First-
for a deck, but I gotta, I'm kind of into drones. It seems they're pretty easy.
yeah.
Are you like hacking me right now? Am I in trouble? You're not a cop. You have to tell me if you are.
No, I just want to know why you're watching us. And if not
Well-
us, who are you watching?
He starts sweating profusely, and for a second you're like, oh, he must be in on. Then you realize he's blushing as well. And he was like, well, I was told to just kind of watch the front and give a heads up to any of the crew, that if any like cops come or anybody who looks like they are like really super armed for bear, and you're I saw I liked your hair. That was pretty cool. And
Who's
your
your crew?
friend looks really no offense to your friend, but she looks really scary. And so kind of fits the MO.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry about her. She just looks scary. She's not really. She's like a little gentle tiger. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
She's
cut
like a
to
kitten.
Cat, who just like slots down the barrel of the grappling gun, just click this thing that's wrapped in cloth to punch through the window, and then spread out, and then and just totally ready with this air cannon compressed thing, ready to frickin' rock and roll. A few dozens of feet away from you at this point, because you kind of paused and are just looking towards this dumpster. Just for the visual, I will temporarily do this. I'll fix it on break. Arsenio, what are you doing? You see that Bliss has stopped.
Okay.
Did we
so-
hear her with the conversation?
All of this, well, are you going to be piping it through comms? Or is this... Because you can totally do that.
I could. I don't think I am yet.
Okay.
I first want to just kind of see. I want to get a lay of. This is just a kid. I'm more interested in this crew and who he's working for. Him, I'm not worried about.
A
It's
while
them.
back, I saw that she stopped, and I asked her if she was okay.
Yeah, so
No
you call back on
response.
comms as you kind of get down, Cat, near this dumpster on the left, or sorry, on your right, which would be out of the way, and a quick turn, military style, to send the grappling hook wherever the hell you want. Bliss.exe has stopped. I love it. Arsenio, as Cat's lined up and then calls back on comms, turned to Bliss and said, "What's up?" Well, any of you, what do you want to do?
Go ahead, Arsenio.
So, Kat, would you? How are you assessing the situation? Are you planning to go?
I am going to get right up against the building, and I'm not going to launch it through the window. I'm going to launch it up to the ledge.
Nice. All right. If you get too close, the guard at the front will spot you. But right now, you are not seen. Arsenio has a good eye on where they are.
Oh,
And, meanwhile, Arsenio, 3 urchin style children are, milling around near you, being like, Mister, got any change, mister? Got any creds, mister? Got any beetles? Got any beetles?
Fuck off! Fuck off!
And they practically turn feral. They looked so sweet a second ago, and then they're like, and they swear at you like an accomplished military veteran. Like they are.
Is there-
like they have that language.
is there a dumpster near them?
Yeah.
I'm going to take a shuriken and slam it into the dumpster.
Nice. Okay.
Scare
You
the shit out of them.
Yeah, you just grab one and spin them, and they are they're practically balls of muscle and survival instincts, and so they bash once. Yeah, they're Sour Patch Kids. Oh yeah. They bounce once and then curl up in a tight ball, and the other two start kicking at your shins, not to damage or anything, but just to distract. And unless you really mean to hold on to this kid, they're gonna desperately try to get away.
Yeah, I'm gonna let them go.
All right, Arsenio just kind of swats them. Kat, do you want to keep the one you found, or that you're hanging onto, or are you going to let them go?
I didn't catch any. I threw a shuriken to the
I
against
see
the
what you mean.
dumpster where they were standing, where he was
I
at,
see. Yeah, they hiss and just turn
to
and
scare them
bolt.
off.
Yeah, they
Okay.
bolt.
Can I just do a very light stun bolt? Try and
If
hit
you
one
want
of them?
to.
Or?
Sure.
Okay, how would that work? This is my first foray into the spell.
Nothing like casting your first spell against a homeless child. Welcome to
Yep.
Shadowrun. You thought my last game, which was titled Morally Ambiguous. Yeah. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, so, with magic. I feel like I need to cut to my explainer card. Here we go. When you're casting magic, it works very much the same. You have a spell rating, a sorcery skill, I believe it is, or spellcasting skill, and you combine that with your magic attribute rating, and those make your dice pool, and you roll it, and you see how successful you are. Usually it's resisted by things like willpower and counterspelling, but if they are not magical, they generally get totally screwed over by magic.
Alright,
just
so
when you thought you knew the rules. Sorry?
So it's dice pool plus magic.
Yep, so spellcasting plus magic. It might already do the math for you on your sheet.
And oh, can you give me 1 sentence? So 15. Let's see, folks. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hits.
Okay, what force are you casting this stun bolt at? If
The
it's
lowest
default,
one.
it'll be your rating. You could cast it at level 1, and then only one of these hits would work. It would be, you'd make them yawn, and that's about it. Usually people cast at about their magic rating, if you're really kind of in it to win it, or somewhere in between.
So my magic rating is 5. Yeah, fuck it, let's do it.
Alright, so 5 of those hits count, and the kid has to roll resisting, versus a rating 5 mana bolt with willpower 2.
Stun bolt. Yeah.
Stun bolt, sorry. Stun bolt. He got 1 hit. Net in your favor. Kid just stumbles in a little... Doesn't knock him totally out, but he fell down, and that was a force 5, so he takes 5 points of stun, and kind of gets up and just starts scrambling away. He's still conscious, but he took a pretty heavy beating. Made him very woozy. You punched his soul.
Next time you'll think twice, buddy.
And he goes running off into the... He's practically an animal at this point. Almost. Let me point out, almost people are not animals. He's just behaving this way for the sake of our narrative. Seriously, we should all donate some stuff to help out those less fortunate. Anyway, back to the story of our dystopian wasteland.
How
Where's it
far
from?
away is the guard from me?
He's probably about 35 feet. I'll put somebody there so you can see him. Just 1 sec.
Do I know how far my grappling gun will shoot?
Oh yeah, it'll do like 300 feet. If you really wanted to. Alright, I'm just gonna put this person here.
He's the only one there?
Currently, yeah. And he's just to the right of the door. And he's kind of leaning back, just on the stoop.
I'm going to shoot the grappling hook right past his head, and then I'm going to start pulling it in, hooking him.
Nice. Okay, make your attack.
What do I do there?
You probably, maybe, have exotic melee weapons? Maybe? It should... Oh, sorry, exotic range weapons.
Exotic range weapons. That sounds familiar. I see that. I know that gunnery.
So many
Throwing
skills.
weapons? Throwing weapons?
No, it would be exotic ranged weapon.
No, I'm not seeing it.
Alright, let's just do a ranged weapon for now and then take away 2 dice. I'm going to assume you're not quite as good at it as, like, murdering people with assault weapons. Grappling guns.
I do have grappling guns.
Oh, that'll be it. Yeah, roll that. Oh, Shadowrun.
All right, I'll try it. 5d6.
The threshold is usually lower.
Do what?
Oh, I said
It's
the
5.
threshold is usually lower just to hit with this. You don't have to try and like punch it through him or hit super vital.
Yeah, I'm not trying to do any damage. I'm just trying to grapple him. 1 success.
All right, well, he's going to get half his reaction because he's just sitting there puffing on his little vaping thing. And so he's just sees it out of the corner of the eye as it's coming and also gets 1 hit and just goes, oh, just ducks his head at the last second and it digs into the concrete behind it in the wall behind him.
I'm going to start tugging on the rope, see if I can't bring it back to me.
Sure. Go ahead and Batman style retract. I'm going to give you an extra 2 dice for this. So let's do a straight up strength plus any athletics type skill. I know that's D&D. But we'll say for the sake of brevity, we're going to call that strength and either agility or body. And I'll give you 2 extra dice.
Strength is 4, agility is 6.
All right, so roll both of those. So that'll be 10 dice, 12 dice. That's a pretty heavy. You get that wrapped around your arm and just hey.
7 successes.
You've seen that movie in Batman when he's like, and the guy looks up and he just looks at you and he's like, you missed. And you just smile and pull, and the chunk of concrete behind him just breaks free and clobbers him in the back of the head, and he just boom, on all fours.
As I do that, I'm using my other hand with my finger up, going, come here.
I will let that be a free intimidation check. So you can go ahead and roll your strength plus intimidation skill, or default to strength plus charisma, intimidation plus charisma. If you don't have intimidation, you can default.
Four successes.
Oh, God damn. Okay. He comes kind of crawling over, and you can see that he locks eyes with you, and you see his hand start to go to the pistol on his hip, and you just give the little...
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And he raises the hand and the other one.
The hand's got a glove on it like that?
Oh, it's one sidearm.
I'm going to drop the rope.
We're okay, Ome. I got no beef with you.
I'm going to drop the rope and break out my sword.
Hey, I got no beef with you.
Who lives in here?
It's nothing. It's my auntie. He's obviously lying. I'll give you that for free.
Oh, I can see that. Where's Yukon?
Sorry, say again?
You heard me.
Actually, the DM didn't.
Where's Yukon?
And it cut out as Carl was laughing too. One more time.
Where is Yukon?
Oh, Yukon. Oh, that Yukon. Yeah, Yukon's inside. You don't gotta Look. I'm just gonna lay down and I'll just tell them that you knocked me out cold because you're a badass something being, sir, ma'am.
I'll just reach out, grab his wrist, and slip it down behind his back, spinning him.
Yep. He doesn't put any resistance. You have zip ties if you want them. What self-respecting Shadowrunner doesn't have zip ties? Seriously.
I'll have to write that down because they weren't on my list.
That's all right. You get a bunch of gear for free. We're kind of fast and loose with these between games.
Well, I had a big pile of product. It's just that wasn't one of them. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of handcuff him then.
Sure. You quickly drag him over to the side, kind of out of line of sight. This end of the alley is a lot less people. Almost like they're kind of keeping a distance out of respect or reputation or something. So you've probably got about kind of back near where Arsenio is. There's some crowd going kind of down from this smaller alley and down the main, back where you came from. But this corner is a dead end, and doesn't look like there's that many people that come down here. So you zip tie the guy, no problem, and kind of leave him face down.
Nope. I'm gonna zip tie him to the dumpster.
Oh, sure. Arsenio, you see a couple people kind of glancing that way, but then quickly being like, I didn't see nothing. And just keep on walking. You're kind of at the edge of this operation.
And I'm gonna gag tie him. I'm gonna gag him so he doesn't talk, doesn't yell.
You don't need to...
Okay.
Yes, I do. I need to gag tie you.
Okay. Uncle.
You're doing it so nicely. That's the funny part.
You beat the hell out of with a Garappa gun. 7 hits.
I could kill him easily.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
not a problem.
All right, cut back to Bliss.
All right.
The kid sitting there. Yeah, we get paid to help out around. I stay with Mateo, but his girlfriend's a real. But yeah, so I just try to make myself useful. I'm not gonna get in trouble, am I?
No, not from me.
Okay.
But I do need to know. I need to know. Who do you work for?
Well, sometimes Mateo works with a couple of the different local people. He kind of works for Cruz. He's a gang guy. He brags he's some kind of lieutenant or something. Partly from UCAS, so I sometimes say lieutenant.
Only the proper way.
Lieutenant, yeah.
Yeah, as compared to the right tenant.
Heyo, where's that? This is just keep the terrible jokes coming, and the TPK just gets a little closer every time.
Bring it.
So, other than Cruz, who's there right now?
I don't know the whole group, but Mateo comes and goes, and his girlfriend, and there's, I think, 4 other guys, maybe 5. I think so, anyway. Sometimes Mateo goes on a walk and tells me not to follow him with the drones, and his girlfriend goes too. I got in trouble for following them once. They were doing it.
Wow. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Well,
TMI.
he sneaks off to the far. There's an old hotel, and they go in there, and I couldn't follow most times, but one time I did, and then one time Mateo caught my drone and smashed it. This is the only one I have left right now. Speaking of which, I get it if you don't finders keepers, but are you gonna keep my drone?
We'll see. We'll see.
That's cool. Just
You can get back one piece at a time.
Who the hell is that?
I kind of like this kid. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of feel bad for this kid. I think he's in a bad situation.
Borrow it. Borrow it. There's a necessity.
Actually,
I feel like
you can absent-mindedly tell your spirit to just take it and do a circle.
Yeah, I kind of want to use it to go because I don't think I have any drones on me.
No?
I know I've gotten a bunch of shit.
Oh, you had like
on-
that one weird steampunk frickin' drone.
Did I?
Yeah, you got that before the on a previous run. It didn't pan out in your favor, but everybody survived. Got a little bit of loot. That was the one in the subway, and then you found a weird drone down below and a bunch of
That's
rats.
right.
But you didn't
That's
end up
right,
finding the
that's
prize. Another group got it, and then got
Somebody else
executed
got it.
by a trap. And then those people turned it in for rep. So it's kind of good you didn't get it.
Yeah. So, yeah, I kind of want to use it to kind of get a gauge on what we're
Sure.
dealing with.
And in fact,
I feel like
it's got memory in it of its flight plans. So you can actually just be like, retrace your steps. So
yeah,
for a while, it hovers kind of up and over. You get a good bird's eye view of the market itself. But then it zips inside to this kind of dingy, old, at one point used as a hotel, motel kind of thing. Not a separate, but like within the bigger building, or a series of interconnecting apartments. And you kind of go zzz, and you buzz past some ganger-looking dudes with like, you know, ink and arms, and definitely armed. You see at least 5 of them kind of milling about in groups of like 2s or 3s. It goes pretty quick down the hall. One of them absentmindedly takes a swing at the drones, like, "Hey, kid, you gotta..." It kind of, "Hey, kid, you gotta be watching the entrance. Mr. VIP needs protection." And the other one's laughing.
Mr. VIP.
They don't seem that emotionally connected to their VIP.
Job.
Or intimidated. They
So
don't seem-
I'm gonna continue trying to find the VIP.
Sure thing. For a while, it's kind of you call up an overview of the map of where this thing has been, and it's kind of this little trail of sequences of dots where it was, and you're just kind of clicking one and checking the other, and it's zipping around. You go down one hall, and you see this guy. He's probably in his 20s, wearing a little bit more higher brand of stuff, just slightly though, like an actual nice armored coat, and it's got a little tag on it. The drone facial recognition goes bloop, bloop, and catches it, and it's this little tag, Mateo, and it flashes green like friendly target, and then you see another one, and it flashes orange on her name, says Samantha, and you see her kind of just behind him, and she sees the drone coming and slaps him on the shoulder hard. He's like, "Ow, what's that for?" And then she points at the drone, and he's like, "Hey, Nick." And he speaks right into the drone as it gets close. He's like, "Nick, I told you don't you dare follow me. I'm going to take all your cut, and you are going to get nothing, and then you're going to owe me rent again. All right? And get this out of my face. And if I find any footage on the Matrix of us, I'm going to murder you and get the hell out of here." And he hits the drone and pushes it back. And
I'll keep it going, but mental note: fuck this dude's shit right up.
all right.
I don't like him. I think he's a dick.
All
Get
right.
back outside.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I think
There's
at
only
this
one
point, I'll
other
report.
path that the drone hasn't gone on known, like its previous path, down off to the left. So as you're going on the way out, you can check that, or just get it out of here. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get it out at this point. They notice it too much, so it's not stealth. I'm just gonna get it out. I'm gonna let Kat and Arsenio know that there's 5 guys, like
Guards.
I guess guards. I don't know if I would count
Gangers.
them as guards, but gangers. And then in one room, I'll tell them where, and then Samantha and Mateo in another room, and I'll look at Kat and be like, Fuck that fix shit up, okay? Just fuck it up.
This. Bring the drone back outside.
Oh, it is. It's on its way.
Good.
Nice.
Hover
Comes out.
hover
through
it
the-
outside the. Hover it up the wall and look inside the window in the room he's in.
You do that without
Let's go
any
direct.
problems. It comes up, and you see bars on the window, and some cracked glass, but it's not actually broken. It is, it's got cracks in it, but it's not broken. If you had to guess, it might be ballistic glass, because normal glass would just the shatter pattern doesn't look quite right. I'm assuming you're piping the drone feed out to both of the others.
Now,
directly.
yeah, for sure. I am. Yeah, for sure.
So you end up, all right. So you see into this weird little room. So 1 second here as I pull up a new map.
New map, yay!
Now, technically, you just
We've
see
gotten
it.
to the
You're
big
not-
times, people.
Actually, it's almost the opposite. You're glad you're seeing this room through the tiny, faulty camera of the drone, because the drone will not transmit smell. This room is small and dark and dank, and you see bottles of liquid, like 2-liter bottles, kind of piled high in a random corner. You see a feed of wires, and it's just strewn with crap. Now, it doesn't look exactly like the map we're about to look at. Just use the theater of imagination a little bit. I don't know why this
Okay.
is doing some weird things. Sorry. Forget that. Just having some technical problems here. Establishing server uplink. Here we go. Anyway, so you see into this horrible little converted safe house room. And there's TVs, not quite as many as appear on this, but you see TVs, you see wires, you see, apparently this guy fancied himself a little bit of a hacker as well. Oh, is it going to drop you? Should drop you on here. 1 sec.
I don't see anything.
No, I don't. It hasn't loaded yet for some reason. Excuse me 1 moment. I have to go back to the alley. The feed is terrible, terrible, terrible. Okay, 1 sec. Copy.
All right, having seen this opening, Bliss, how about we scan some of the other windows in the area? Preferably the left one and the right one beyond them. Beyond that one. Maybe they're not barred.
Pretty much all the windows do have bars on them. As far as you can see, it's a sketchy neighborhood. If they don't, even up high, there are crazy people who might just climb up and try to get in. So they do
Like
appear
me.
to have bars. Yeah, like you. So it's not quite like this, but imagine about half the screens. But yeah, still tons of screens and data feeds. And you see a chair in the middle with this dude slumped at it, typing at a keyboard. And he matches the description of Yukon Jack. It's got this kind of frilled faux fur lined collar vest that is kind of his trademark, you know, from that. And he's got this long kind of blonde dyed hair, and he's looking super like unwashed, and it looks like he's been in this room for days. And you can see on the flickering feeds some security camera feeds. You can see him talking to various people, and he does appear to be somewhat of a hacker, as he's just kind of sitting in a chair looking at all these feeds and stuff. You're not actually in the corner, though, of course. You can just see this with the drone.
Right. And I'm trying to keep the drone from being very obvious, like, so he can't see it.
Yeah. Oh, and just for fun, I must say he's a troll.
Oh, thanks.
Not like an internet troll, but like actually a troll.
Okay.
and so he's a bit bigger.
Yeah.
He's skinny for a troll, but he's still a troll.
Oh man.
Well, I guess going through the window isn't going to work for me. What I was going to try and do.
You get a look at the
Yeah.
bars. They're not wonderful.
Well, the bulletproof glass is the problem.
Yeah, that could be a problem.
Man, I wish.
Is there a fourth floor?
Oh yeah, it keeps going up and up and up. Probably a total of
Yeah.
about 10 rickety floors. Original building up to about
Okay.
4 or 5. Above that
Same
are like
same
Oh,
setup.
keep going up.
containers. Yep.
Same setup. Bars.
Pretty
and-
similar.
and looks like
Actually, on the
bulletproof
seventh-
glass.
It's hard to tell from down here. You'd have to get a slightly better look, but you can send the drone. On
Yeah.
about the 7th floor, it looks like there's a balcony, rickety, like old metal balcony of some kind that was like just totally jury rigged on the side of the building. Engineers, not a big thing here. So it's probably pretty rickety, but if there's a balcony, there's probably a door. And as you send the drone up higher and higher, most of the windows do have bars in various levels of repair. But up towards the top, it gets just regular bars and either open or glass. Just regular glass doesn't look like that laminated sheen you get with the ballistic glass. And then there's the 7th floor, and then there's probably another. I think I said 10, right? Anyway,
Yeah.
let's say it's 10. So then it keeps going another 3 stories. And this balcony kind of looks like it kind of wraps around a corner. Yeah, and just people kind of milling about up there. It's not totally empty or anything. Looks
Well,
fairly
looks like we're
lived
going to
in.
have to go through the. Looks like we're going to have to go through the front door. You said there were at least 5 people.
I had
On what
sent
floor?
you. Yeah, I sent you the transmission, so
Yeah,
you would have
on-
seen them
What
And there's a ping.
floor? And
in the main
they
floor.
were well armed or no?
Mostly pistols, a little bit. You kind of play back the feed in the top right-hand corner picture of your eye. You can see, you see 2 of them have submachine guns. One of them has a shotgun. 2 of them look like they're carrying pistols and baseball bats and just random kind of ganger, improvised weapon type stuff.
Okay. I don't know.
Maybe
It seems like a lot for the 3 of us.
Yeah, really.
It seems like an
And
awful lot of
you did
firepower.
notice on the way back out that 2 of them were beginning to go up a staircase. The other 3 are staying on the main floor, and Mateo and Sam.
Samantha.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's an awful lot.
He paid for protection. He gets protection.
And am I correct in assuming that the VIP is Yukon Jack?
Yeah. You can ask the kid too if you want.
No, it's okay. I'm just... So, let me just remember, because I can't quite remember.
That's okay.
Maybe I misunderstood you at the beginning, but Yukon Jack and I are close?
No, you did a really good hack on finding out information about him. Or a lot of really
I thought
good hacks.
that we had a relationship. Like, we... not.
Do
like
you
a
want to
relationship.
have? Because that would be okay. I can totally... Sure, you've met Yukon Jack before, and he owes you money.
I just want some kind of an in that we don't have to, like, go all gangster ourselves.
It's a pretty arm's length thing. You've met Yukon Jack before. He
Yeah.
might remember you. Being both kind of technical, you might have worked in a few similar circles. Mostly it was just to
Okay.
find. It was a lot easier for you to find him because you had some points of similarity and connection.
Right. Okay.
Through the drone feed, as you kind of go back through, you see Yukon Jack get up, walk over to the side, grab a 2-liter bottle, drink the last of it, then piss in it, cap it off, toss it in a corner with about a half dozen, closer to a dozen others. Then resume
I'm
his
not
seat
gonna get
back
that
at-
image back. Never gonna get that image back. Thanks. Scarred for life.
All right.
You know something, DM?
I guess I would then let them know. And Arsenio, do we want to, what do you think? Like, should we even, I mean,
Well,
there's a lot of people in there. Like, I'm not a fighter. I'm a lover.
I'm a patcher, but I can always shoot him and then patch him. But I prefer the non-lethal means if possible.
Do we have any means of knocking them out, like cold? Like,
I can try some magic and some stun bolts and see what happens, but can't make any promises though.
Do you have to be in there though to do it?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. That's probably a.
I'm going to run back to the dumpster and get my shuriken.
Yeah. Done. Pry it
I
out
only
after
have
2 seconds.
Good timing.
I only have 2, and I need both of them.
So while you're doing that
Next.
and coming up with a plan, I think we're going to take a wee little break.
Good, because I'm hungry. I have to get my quiche.
Absolutely. It's quiche time,
could
people. This is
I could
serious
smell it.
business. Oh, yeah. All right, so Internet, go out there and get yourself a quiche. You're worth it, damn it. Now, we'll be back in...
Unless you're vegan.
Treat
then-
yourself.
Well, you
by
can
all
have
means,
a
don't go
vegan
get it.
quiche, maybe.
Well, yeah,
Is
you
that
can
a
do.
thing?
Yeah, there's alternative.
There must
like
be.
there's like you can use. Usually
I'll leave it to the
it's-
vegans.
Which are
You
not
can
meat,
pretty much
so-
make a quiche out of anything. You could make a quiche out of a vegan. Just the thing is to puree them really fine.
Yes.
You can
I'm
have
gonna
mine.
get hate mail for that one. All right, and with
can
that,
have mine.
before I've TPK myself, we're gonna take a little 10-minute break here.
So
All right.
sorry to the vegans out there.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. I respect your healthy choices. I can never do it myself, but I respect it. I'm just too far in. Bacon has a hold of my heart, both literally and figuratively.
Totally.
All right. I feel like I need a t-shirt with that on it. And with that, we'll be back in 10 minutes, folks. Cheers. All right.
Off stream?
Not yet. Hold on. I'm still laughing. All right. Where's my break screen? Thanks so much for ignoring my nonsense. We'll add it in post.
The famous word.
Fix it in post.
Internet, how's it going? It's me, Todd, and we had my computer decide to die. So I just had to restart this. Thanks for hanging in there. Please pile back into the room as soon as you get the chance. We run a break anyway, so hey yo! Good to see you, Uncanny. I'm glad you made it back. Thanks. Sorry about that. My computer likes to take a little break too, about midway through the games. So here's hoping that it holds. I apparently tax it with this kind of thing. Anywho, we're gonna dive back in to the wonderful dystopian nightmare that is 2021. 2081. 2081. Alright. And with me, we've got a whole bunch of people. We won't bother doing the intros again. We're just coming off a break, but here they are. They are on screen, and I think they can be heard, be seen. Hey, hi, guys. Alright, awesome.
Bianca.
So we are going to jump back on the stream in just a few seconds. Thank you for your patience. Here we go. And we're back. Hi, everybody.
Action.
All right, so we were just taking a little breather there, getting some quiche on. That's not a new thing. It's just quiche on. All right, the comedy ensues. So, yeah, we were talking about the importance of taking care of yourself. So, internet out there, please, and players, please, take care of yourself. It's just a job. It's just a, whatever it is, relationship, job, whatever, that's all it is. So you gotta take care of you, okay? It's important. Anyway, we're gonna dive back in. We were right about here. You are overlooking through drone feed, stolen drone feed at that. You're overlooking the hideout of a person you're trying to find, Yukon Jack. And he's got some protection. Approximately 5 armed gangers. And you've got, 2 of them are sorry, I was a little unclear. I'm just gonna clarify. There are 5 gangers in total. So, 3 kind of just ganger types. And then Mateo and Samantha. So 5 in all. 2 of them.
5 plus Mateo.
No, 5 including them. So I was a little bit loosey goosey there. I'm just going to clarify. Also, as a GM, just I expected more players. So we got 3 of you versus 5 of them, plus Yukon Jack himself, who looks like kind of an out of shape old, no, not that old, troll. So, your job? Extract Yukon Jack alive. Mostly in one piece would be preferred. The rest is up to you. What do you want to do?
Before we do anything, I'm gonna tell Nick to go find a corner discreetly and hide.
Yeah. Sure thing.
And don't come out. Don't come out for any reason. Just stay put.
All right. I could do that.
Good boy. Come back for you in a minute.
Really?
Yeah. I'm gonna get you out of there.
All right.
And take off.
Sure.
Yeah. I just wanted to get that housekeeping out of the way.
Absolutely. So you go catch up to Arsenio, who's kind of just doing crowd control, standing there while Kat is has hogtied their outer guard. What do you want to do now? You're standing there on the street,
Head for the
looking
front
at
door.
going through the front door. All right.
Head to the front door.
Just so you know, on the opposite side of that front door is kind of a lobby, and those 3 gangers are in there. The other 2, Mateo and Sam, seem to be going upstairs for patrol.
Should we try to kind of knock them out first before lethal?
If you want, by the way, Kat, it is entirely possible to load what's called gel rounds if you're not feeling like doing a body count. They are less effective. It's more likely that they'll be able to shrug the damage slightly. They get a little bump to their armor resist. However, it is only stun damage. It's like a really hard paintball. If you feel like doing non-lethal. Pardon?
We get a visual on screen here on map-wise,
sure.
where they're situated inside the door.
Sure. Let's say that I'm just going to do a little quick drawing. Now I'm no Darcy, but let's just draw it out. Let's say spontaneously resize the universe. This is going to be the front door right here. Okay, see what I'm doing here? This is just like a wall. Okay, so the window, just spontaneously resizing, was up here on the 3rd floor. There's your double front door. Cool? Inside, because you have a map of it, you have seen some of these suckers just walking around. So we got not a troll. Oh, there's lots of trolls here, man. Okay, there's one of them was there-ish. You don't currently see where they are, but that's where they were prior. And another, oh, not dragging properly. Hold on one sec. No, why the derp? Okay, there's another one, and then the 3rd one was no. Sorry. Well planned. That's what this is all about. There we go. So you knew that the 3 of them are kind of hanging out in the lobby there, and we'll just spontaneously size it over this way. And there are some stairs heading upstairs from there. What are you saying?
All right. It's dark outside, correct?
Yep. But the neon lights of the illuminating things, or the neon LEDs, definitely kind of keep things aglow.
Outside the door here, you mean?
Yeah, there's like advertisement screens and holograms and AR kind of hovering around. You could take care of the lights if you want to, but that'll take some ammo.
How many arrows do I have for my bow?
Thanks for the heads up, Uncanny. I do use voice effects. I can make phone calls like this.
Get your sausage. Get your sausage over here. Don't ask what's in it. Just eat it.
That was one of the street criers. Hawking their wares. Arsenio
Is
just
it
waves them
soy?
away. Or do you want
Is
some,
it
Arsenio?
soy? Is it real? Nobody knows. Come try.
Is it soy? Is it real? It's a deal. Take it.
That's right.
Only 5 million.
I'll let the other 2 go in ahead of me, but
Nom, nom, nom.
I'm gonna take out my little my little shocker,
Mhm.
my little taser.
By the way, just in case you didn't already know, because I don't know if you've done this before, but hackers can actually offensively hack any gear that the enemy might be holding.
I have. Remember? I
Right.
did it when we were outside of the going down into the thing.
Oh, that's right. So yeah, so you're able to disable cyber arms, make people blind if they've got cyber eyes. You can cause all kinds of distractions in the area. You can feedback any comms, that kind of nonsense.
Did I see if actually any of them had cyberware?
You do a quick playback in your heads-up display. It looks like none of them have visible cyber. Oh, one of them has cyber eyes. We're gonna call that. I'll just highlight
Stevie.
them.
Stevie.
Yeah, Stevie here. Stevie's got cyber eyes.
Okay.
He's got piano skills.
Yeah, cyber eyes and
Oh.
piano skills. Was gonna be a jazz musician in the EDM world. It was cruel and unusual. They are an artist at heart, but they've turned to crime.
Yeah, well, they're
and
gonna be
BTLs.
blind.
Yeah, and blindness.
Yeah.
What's this big
Oh,
booth
the
in front
richness
the
of
doors?
calling them Stevie. Did you do that? Carl, you are a steely-eyed missile man. Look at that. That was funny.
There you go.
It took me a minute.
DM,
What's up?
what's the big blue stripe thing in front of the doors?
The blue stripe thing's just like an awning to try and keep off some of the acid rain and that toxic spray they use for vermin.
All right, I'm going to go to the side to the door, and I'm going to look in, see where they're all at.
It is plastered with so many old, like, paper's too expensive, but like old refuse and posters of all kinds. Like, it is so dirty. You're gonna need to do a perception check to see what you can see through it. Although you do have fancy eyes, right? Cyber eyes, maybe?
Through the doors?
Yeah. It's pretty grimy. You can do a perception check to see if you can pick it up.
Perception.
I'm gonna assume you have thermal vision, so you're gonna get a +1 on this. +1 to your dice pool.
6, 7. 1.
One success. It is super dirty. You get the impression on thermal that there's a basic kind of a warmish signature this a ways somewhere, but it could be these, it could be here. Anyway, you've got the last known locations, but these may not be entirely accurate if they've wandered about. Arsenio, Bliss, you're standing in the back here.
Where the doors join together, look to see if maybe there might be a crack there.
It's very minimal. You can kind of see like a little bit of a silhouette if you get too close to the door. It's like an old glass with bars and then papers blocking part, or old posters and stuff blocking part of it, and then just super dirty. So it's really hard to get a clear vision through it.
All right. With a smoke grenade in my hand, I'm going to slowly crack the door open a little bit and toss the grenade in.
All right, so I'm going to just hand wave this. It would normally be locked, but you happen to have the little passcode pan, the little cell phone pan of the person that you hogtied. So you just bloop, over the door, the maglock hisses and releases. Door is yours to open. Ding ding. It's an old shop or something.
I'm going to toss the grenade into the middle there. I guess it's a great big box.
Yep. Alrighty. Go ahead and roll your throwing weapons, and we'll see how accurate you are. And sorry, smoke grenade or like big bada boom, frag grenade? What are we talking?
Smoke grenade.
Smoke.
I'll get a 9.
Smoke if you got him.
Yep, there's one success for that.
Just one. So it's in the door, but it doesn't go nearly as far as you'd hoped. So the canister of it kind of stops only about maybe 10 feet from you. Kind of skitters and hits a bunch of garbage that's piled up there. It bounces against this box that you see on the image here and then back. And it just 3, 2, 1, and just starts hissing as it rolls. Starts skittering a bit. And you hear on the far side of the door, it's mostly closed. You only open it a tiny bit. You hear a muffled, "What the fuck?"
I'll pull the door open with my pistol.
All right.
Would you say that was my Fischetti 600?
Yeah, that's your small one. Your big one, that small one can be easily silenced.
Yep,
you might want to wait a few seconds, actually, because it wouldn't have totally smoked up in there yet. All right.
Yeah.
So, Arsenio, I see you moved yourself closer to the action. What are you doing to get ready as Kat is holding the door closed and it's going, "Hey, Credstick, thanks for joining. Welcome to the Shadows, chummer." All right. So we're just playing some Shadowrun 5th Ed. So, welcome to the party. Or I wish I had that. I need to get that quote. "Welcome to the party, pal." Oh, I gotta get that. All right. So Arsenio, what are you doing?
Can this be a little bit like, how does it work in Shadowrun compared to D&D with the reading in action?
Yeah, just tell me what you want to do, and if that triggers, it happens.
All right. Well, if the door opens and if I see Steve, I know. When it does open, if I see Stevie or the other, I'll probably cast a stun bolt on one of them.
Roger that. So you're just, the magical energy's just invisibly just growing as you're readying this to release. All right, Bliss, how are you preparing?
I am going to, because I know where Stevie is, I think what I'd like to do, and tell me if I can, because I can do this to a device, and I think cyber eyes could be considered a device.
Yeah.
I wanted to possibly do a resonance spike.
You can absolutely resonance spike a device like Cyber Eyes. Yikes.
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
Y-
I'm gonna
Alright.
make his eyes go wonky.
Just punk him in the eyeballs.
I mean,
Alright,
I like the fact that it says it makes the target have errors and mayhem.
I love it. All right.
I
I'm gonna get
feel like what?
Yeah, do it. Do it. What do you want to do?
I feel like I want to kind of take his. I'm such a bitch. I want to take his eyes and roll them to the back of his head.
That's amazing. But focus perfectly and be like, this is your retina. This is your
So
ocular cavity. Ladies and
what I'm
gentlemen,
gonna do.
doesn't that sound like a band name? Be like, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and
Ocular-
gentlemen, ocular cavity.
All right.
So it's my software and plus resonance against your willpower and firewall.
Woo! All right. Let's make this happen. I'll jump back to the map as they are. So for those just joining, they're going into a ganger hideout, a safe house. The gang has been hired to protect their mark that they are supposed to extract or escort or kidnap or bring home in a bag. Oh, not a bag. Anyway. All right, so making
Bring
your
back.
rolls. Yes,
I
bring them
am
back.
reaching into my back pocket and putting on my gas mask.
Nice
I'm
call.
I am going to enter the room.
All right, so the device
Six
and
successes.
the willpower and the firewall of the eyes. Now, cyber eyes, they're inherently somewhat hard. So I'm going to give them a bonus 2 dice, and they didn't get any hits on them. So they get a total of 2 hits. Bliss, how many hits did you get for our listeners at home?
I only see 1 hit there, but that's just me.
Oh, no,
I see
the
1
above.
6.
Yeah, so there's a 5,
Oh.
a 6, and that's it. So I only got 2 hits. But what did you get?
I got 6 hits.
All right. So these eyes just... You've seen a slot machine, right?
Oh, jeez.
Just not even in sync either. Just rolling and then randomly just... And they're spinning to the point where they start... The friction begins to heat up. And Stevie just drops their submachine gun and just goes... Oh! And you hear this from the other side of the door as Stevie clumps to the ground, clutching his... What were once his eyes. And are now... You know...
Stevie's out of the picture.
Winner, Daniel.
That's funny if you're in Canada.
All right.
Haha.
All right, so I'm going to
Okay.
count that
How far-
as 6 total negatives on any dice pool that Stevie tries to do. I'm kind of doing it like that because I like to hand wave my shit. So
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is hand wave, 5th edition. Had to run it.
How far is each one of these squares?
5 feet. And the room is probably about 25-ish long and about maybe 30, 40 wide. It was once like the entryway to like a small kind of condo or something. Yeah, it's
All right. I quick
effing
look to my
stuff up.
left.
That's right, Sarah Fatboyle. That's why you're here.
I quick look to the left,
Uh-huh.
and that's the one that's having trouble with his eyes, right?
Oh yeah,
got-
on
got the
his
circle around
knees,
him.
clutching his eyes, doing this like, ugh.
I see this one in front of me.
I did see that, Kredzik. There is a 6th edition core rulebook revision. I'm going to need to read that. Yeah, this one is right in front of you. There's an orc ganger standing just in front of you. Looks over at his buddy, coughing in the smoke, trying to wave it away. Not the smartest brick in the pile.
Can he see me?
As you walk in the room, he clocks the movement, and just you can kind of see your outline. a little bit, but he's trying to see through the dark, and he's calling, "Yo, Stevie, what the?" And he's waving his pistol around.
I'm going to dash up and try to knock him out.
All right, melee combat, sir. He's going to try to shoot you. I'm going to say you get the drop on him because I believe you have initiative mods. Mind you. All right, you know what? All right, folks. This is it. This is the real deal. Roll initiative. So, for those of you who haven't rolled Shadowrun initiative in a while, here's how this works. On your front page, it should say a number of dice, like a 1d6 or 2d6 or 3d6 for your initiative score. Please note, Matrix initiative is kind of a different thing. Well, it's sort of the same, but just only in the Matrix world. And there's also a solid number there, like a plus 6 or a plus 2. That's going to be... So what you do is you roll the d6, however many it says, 1 or 2 or 3, and then you add to the total. It's one of the few times in Shadowrun where you actually add to a total. So if I roll a 4 and then I'm adding 6, I would get a 10. Okay, go ahead and make your rolls.
All right, so I got a total of 10.
Nice. All right, so Arsenio's got
8.
10. What do you... Total of 8,
8.
For Bliss?
Yeah. 6 plus 2, 8.
All right. Alrighty. What do you got there, Kootenai?
8 plus 2.
8 plus 2 is 10. All right, none of you are really super fast, but partly because of that smoke, and partly
Actually,
because
mine says 8 plus 2d6.
Oh, so you'd roll 2d6 and add up to the total.
Oh, okay. So it's... Let me get rid of this. I was rolling that.
I figured you'd have some
2d6.
initiative mods. All right,
All right,
don't worry about the success. So that's 9 plus 8.
Plus 8 is 17 then.
17. Your gunslinger, your weapons specialist is just
Yes.
moving through the smoke. This is why you brought her along. All right. So, Kat, you are first. You get to roll your melee attack versus this rather surprised goon. What do you want to do?
Well, with the butt of my gun, I'm going to try and knock him out.
All right. You can roll either melee combat or clubs, whichever's higher. I will take either.
Melee combat? I don't have melee combat.
New cover photo on the book. That's awesome. I hope they fixed a couple of things. I tried 6 and I wanted to love it, but I just couldn't, so I went back to 5th. So there's things that I liked and things I didn't. So hopefully they fixed armor, for example. I'm just nerding out. How you doing there, Kootenai?
Okay, I got 10 in clubs. I can use that, yes. 10 dice in clubs.
Yeah, absolutely. Roll clubs. Ooh.
3 successes.
3 hits. He's going to try to oppose you. He's a ganger. He's been fighting his way up for a long, long time in life. I'm going to get my advanced dice roller open for Roll20 here, because this is Shadowrun. Yeah, just one sec. We'll like that all sorted out. 1d6. All right. All right, the ganger's trying to fight back as best he can, but he's caught off guard and only rolls 2 successes. So you get the net hits. So you can do the, it'll be your strength, whatever your strength is, plus, I believe, 2 off the top of my head in club damage. Might be plus 3. I don't remember really. Let's say
Doesn't
just.
tell me anything.
Nah, it's all good. So we'll just count this as a oh, I don't know. Hold on one sec, folks. I could just call it a club, but why don't we just call it the same as a chair? Because that's more fun. So that's going to be strength plus 2. And you can choose whether you're doing stun damage or physical. Physical being kill them.
I was just trying to knock him out completely.
All right, so it's going to be strength plus 2. What's your strength rating? You don't have to roll anything.
4.
4, so you just did 6 stun to this guy's just clock him in the jaw with the butt of your gun. Nice. Takes a solid hit. 6 stun off the top. All right, coming up next, we've got you know what? The one you just clobbered. The one you just clobbered tries desperately to shoot you, but of course gets a minus for being in melee combat. I'm trying to remember what that minus is off the top of my head. Internet, if you want to help me out. I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna need a copy of the new one, so we might move to 6 if it's good. I'm gonna say, -2. I don't know. Let's say -2, just because I don't know where to find it. Yeah, you could totally post a link to the book. Thank you for anybody who wants to grab a new book. All right, so -2 to this. All right. They're slightly better at shooting, but the -2 puts it at 8. Tries to shoot you. You can do up to Kootenai, or Cat rather. You can roll up to half of your reaction to try to just sidestep if you want to, for dodging. If you want to up that and do what's called an interrupt action, you can do that to try to get out of the way and roll more dice on your dodge, but it's going to cost you in initiative, so you'll go a little slower next round. That's kind of how it works. So if you do like a nice easy sidestep dodge for this one thing, it's -5 to your initiative. You're at 17, you can afford to lose it. If you want to roll all your gymnastics to get out of the way. I think that's how it goes. If I'm wrong, forgive me. I think you can add more to that if you just fully decide not to do anything else with your turn. But this is all you can do, really.
I can just use my gymnastics and not take any...
You'd have to lower yourself on the initiative score, but I can do that for you. Or you can just use half your reaction just by default and not go lower and slower. I'd recommend take the interrupt reaction to drop by 5 initiative and get the full dice pool to try and get out of the way. But you only need 1 hit, so it's up to you. Oh, it's not letting you post the link. I'm sorry. I think that's turned off right now. If you want,
I got pretty damn good gymnastics here. I can dodge it quick.
All right, so go ahead and I've dropped you 5 on the initiative, so you can roll all your gymnastics. Any hits will counteract his hits. Go for it right now. Meanwhile, Credstick, I see the link is not posting here, but if you want to @ us, I'm at SideQuest Live on Instagram and Twitter and all that stuff. So you could just throw that at us sometime. But if you don't get a chance to do that, I do recommend, I think we should all go check out 6th Ed and see if they've fixed it enough to make it playable. Because I love this world so much. It's terrible. It makes me feel better about the world I actually live in. And a little prescient, am I right? The next thing is Elon Musk is going to say, I'm going to tear the data jack out of the pig and plug it into your brain.
As he transforms into a dragon.
As he transforms into the water. Yeah. 100%. That was slick, man. If I could high-five you, I would high-five that.
Virtual 5.
Virtual 5. That was respectful. That you're showing your cred right there. Seriously, you've been playing Shadowrun for ages. I love how we're both inked in it too. Elon is definitely a dragon. Hells yeah, he is. That's why he can't really relate to us mere mortals. Yes, I'm just gonna invent PayPal and create Seder Group and launch myself off the planet and make the first orbital bank. We won't be beholden to these regular corporate laws. I can't do this anyway. I respect that kind of madness. I actually do.
The guy from Virgin is the eccentric. Yeah.
It's all just too real, man. All right, how you doing over there, Kootenai? Did you roll for us?
Yes, I got 3 successes for my gymnastics.
All right. As he levels the gun, he's trying to get you, gut shot you, and you just sidestep and get an arm in the way, and the gun goes off. Bang! Unsilenced firearm, just bang, smashes through the window behind you. Arsenio's about to walk through. glass shatters as he's like new bullet hole in the door. All right, coming up next, Arsenio.
Who do I see through that nearly damaged door / window?
Generally speaking, you can see everyone but Stevie, but you can hear Stevie, and you see on the feed like where his ping is.
All right, what do I?
He sees through the smoke.
Oh, that's right. If you take a few seconds to tag them virtually, then you'd be able to see them. But right now, you can make out Cat, and you can make out where Stevie probably is based on the swearing, and then Cat is base to base with somebody, but they're somewhat obscured by the smoke. Beyond that, you can't really see that last guy.
Alright, well, I'll go to the entrance here, just on the side, so then, taking note where Stevie is. Then I'll do a stun bolt. Let's see what I need for that.
Somebody disappeared.
Yeah, in the smoke, you can't see where he went.
Alright, so I have
We're
no
gonna
idea
call
where
this
the
other
current
one
is.
Greg, just so we can reference him. The one who's base to base with Cat, trying to shoot Cat in the guts, is Greg.
This is Greg. Even with my mask on, I can't see this other guy.
With the mask on, you can see movement from somewhere back there, but it's a little blur. Your base to base is kind of hard right now.
Okay.
Alright, so where I'm at here, I can see Greg, but not Steve.
You can see Stevie. Yeah, that'll work. You can see Stevie.
Alright, well, I will do a stun bolt to Stevie. So
All right.
that's 10 dice.
Make your roll, sir.
So 10 dice plus magic. 15. Let's see here.
All right, you pull the astral strings
Holy
together.
mother. Holy shit balls. That'll be 7 successes.
Dude, I really wish this was clout. Stun bolt, I don't find is actually that useful. It's okay, but I prefer clout because you can amp it with successes. Generally
Well,
speaking,
I count 8 successes, even
8
though it says
successes
7.
out of 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is 8 successes on 15 dice. I don't care what the rules say. That's doing more than 5 stun. I'm sorry. Oh no. Either way. Anyway, there is 0. They got 1 hit on their willpower resist, and they just take it. Just boom. As this stun bolt just waves over them. All the rest of you see is this slight perceived ripple in the smoke of outwards from Arsenio's hand, extending towards Greg, and just
Greg or
hits him.
Stevie?
Stevie.
Oh, sorry. Which one are you doing, Stevie or Greg?
Well,
Stevie.
you told me I can only see Stevie, so...
Oh, sorry. You could also see Greg from where you are.
Well, then
you
I-
can't see the
then
person.
I go for
past.
Greg.
Okay, you go
No,
for Greg.
Well, then I go for Greg because Stevie's already incapacitated somewhat.
Exactly. So you go after Greg there, and just, and it's super weird because anyone in the room kind of feels it, but you don't hear it. It's just this sense of like something just happened, and Greg is just like, now. I forget. I don't think you can overcast stun bolt, so it should only do 5. But you know what? That was just so cool. And Greg's already. Oh, you know what? Greg's already got 6 stun. So you just hit him for all 5, like boom, and he drops because he's now at 11 stun. No matter how you look at those rules, Greg drops. Greg is sleeping on the floor like a baby.
They just don't make help like they used to.
Nice. Nice. All right, coming up next. You got a little bit more movement, so to speak, if you want there, Arsenio. You happy to sit tight? You remember from the earlier thing, there are stairs in the far left corner from your perspective.
I'll move 10 feet there.
All right, you go bumbling through, start tripping over like used takeout containers and stuff. But you're making your way around. All right, coming up next, we got...
I sniff to see if anything's any good.
Oh.
No, hey, no.
I'm going to need you to roll a composure test, and I'm not even kidding.
Composure. Okay, what would that be?
Let's call that body plus, or either body plus charisma or willpower plus charisma.
Willpower plus charisma.
Eight. Wow. Okay.
Oh, hold on.
That's not adding right, but there are 2 hits there. So you kind of pick up one of the containers and give it a little... you don't quite throw up, leaving a DNA trail, but you're just like... You swallow it back down. It burns. Yeah. And you drop the container on the ground from whence it came. All right.
That's the last time I get a container of clear liquids from this rundown hospital.
That's right. No, it is not. I think you might have an alcohol addiction. I'm gonna something.
No, actually, I don't.
Oh, you might now. You might now. All right, Bliss. What do you want to do? Technically, you're going at the same time as Stevie. What do you want to do?
Okay. Well, Stevie's asleep, like soundly. So...
No, Greg is asleep. Stevie's still awake and clawing around trying to feel his way, not being able to see Jack.
Stevie was.
Stevie, you affected.
Stevie has pinballing eyeballs that are just strobe affecting his brain right now, and is at -6s for any. I think it was 6. -6 for any action.
I'm just gonna step in.
You step in. Your heels click nicely on the ground. I'm assuming heels. I don't know.
Yeah.
Are you kind of a sensible shoes kind of gal?
I'm a boots kind of gal.
Boots. There it is. That's awesome.
I'm a boots kind of gal.
Mock Dartons. Oh yeah. I would love any artists who are listening to this. I would love to see any art that anybody wants to do. I'm just saying, mock Dartons. Boots are made for walking. You got it, Sarah Fabrielle.
So yeah, I think I'm gonna definitely. I'll go in. I see poor Stevie just like, kind of crouched down, ruining the day he was alive. But I don't see anything else. Anybody else other than my 2 companions and Greg.
I'm gonna give you this for free because you mentioned Stevie and you looked right at him. You see him panning around and you see his hand find his submachine gun, and he kind of he looks like he's about to scoop it up.
Oh yeah, no, we're not having that.
That's a
I'm within 10 feet of him.
Yep.
I sure am. So that'll be I'll take out Medusa.
Ooh. What's Medusa?
I'm not looking.
Medusa is my Defiance X Shocker.
Ooh, it's shocking time. I don't know what that is, but it's something.
And I'm going to try to stun him with it.
Nice. All right, make
I'm doing.
Make of the roll.
Well, I've never done this, so I'm trying to understand these numbers. Is that so 9 dice?
Sounds about right.
Okay. Because it says 9 dice, and then next to it, it's 9 SE damage.
That'll be stunning electrical damage.
Oh, okay. I've never used this, so I'm kind of excited right now.
She literally takes and she's like, oh, the tag's on it. Okay. You aim this taser that's this little bullpup style.
I got one success, but
Well,
no failures. So
the good news is
no
Stevie
glitching.
can't dodge. Stevie can't see Jack. So the one
right.
success is all you need. So, pew pew. The taser goes, the two little leads dig into Stevie's chest and goes, how much stun? 60 or 9?
That was 9.
Is it
9?
9? Oh, nice. All right, so half armor.
Yeah, 9 SE.
So Stevie was a pretty big boy, but he only gets half of his armor. So I'm going to be rolling 8 dice and only get 4 hits. So that means Stevie took 5 stun on top of the already disorientation, which is just like...
Did he get his like -6 thingy?
Unfortunately, that doesn't affect resistance rolls. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is good news for you
Oh,
guys.
okay.
So he definitely takes
All right.
a solid 5 stun and just and is having a really hard time bringing that submachine gun up as it's like the hands kind of drops it on the ground because that is that already a -6. So combined drops the submachine gun again and is like trying to hold the hand to the eyes and just like having a what we call in the business
A bad day.
Can I get close enough to kick or take the machine gun away,
Sure.
but not close enough to be in like melee with him?
I'm gonna say just a quick duck in and back. Sure. So you just go
Yeah.
forward 5 and just kind of scoot your foot out to kick it, and it goes in behind this cardboard box. And Stevie's like, still got the leads between you and him. All right, that's your turn.
That's it.
All right. Coming up next is Stevie's turn, and Stevie's gonna twitch, and then kind of swear a bunch, and then and kind of flail towards you, and advances just a little bit, and you just step back as he's coming towards you, and he doesn't quite get to you. He does manage to grab part of the door and just like rattle it, and that's about as far as Stevie gets. Pretty
And he
much
sent
blind.
Morse code.
Yeah, exactly. That was to spare you. You've got the filter on where it automatically puts stars over swear words. You know what I'm talking about. All right, coming up next.
Sounded more like an SOS to me.
That's true. Oh, yeah, we're okay. Everybody's okay. At least for now. Hold on. The smoke is going to complicate this. So let's just do this. Oh, gangers are not that smart. So this one that had gone sort of... Hold on. Let me get to the other map here. So, the one that had kind of disappeared into the smoke has moved ever so slightly from their position towards the kind of standing between you and the door and turns and just sprays the room with submachine gun fire. So that's going to be a -5 to... -5? -2? Let the dice decide. -2 to your dodge rolls, and they just spray down the room with just basically bursts into the smoke, and we're gonna say, Cat, Bliss, Arsenio, and Stevie, please roll a d6.
1.
Just one. Doing this little hand waving. Higher, dire. Just so you know.
I got a 3.
And
Got a 4.
and a 2. All right, Arsenio, you are the unfortunate soul who gets the single success of the burst as it's just spraying down the room. You can try to dodge out of the way if you want. You can do half reaction if you want for free, or you can drop in the initiative and try to use all your gymnastics to just get out of the way. What do you want to do?
Half reaction is 2. Gymnastics is 7 dice.
Up to you, sir.
Uh,
Try to soak it.
I'm gonna go and try and dodge. I'll do reaction 2 dice.
All right, 2 dice. Go big or go home. I love it. Love it. How you doing?
Nothing.
No hits. All right, so you're now going to have to soak 7 physical damage. You get to roll your armor and your body.
Armor and my body.
As the bullets just, unfortunately, rip into you.
So I got mystic armor.
Ooh, lucky you. That's good news. That goes on top of anything you're wearing.
Well, apparently I'm wearing diving gear, which I don't know how I got that from, but hey. I must have something else. Oh, no, I have a Ares Ped Mark III armor
If you
jacket.
totally lack anything else, you'll just have a regular armor jacket, which I think is 12.
No. Yeah, I got that. And
Okay.
armor vest as well.
Yeah, so you'd just be rolling 12 dice, plus your body, plus your mystic armor, but you're soaking 7 damage.
18 dice. Let's see. Come on, baby.
Because bullets don't get...
Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hits.
Nice! Alright. So you got so much armor, it was going to be stunned anyway, but it just slams into your armor, into your... You feel it impact in your chest and your leg, and you're like, you hold your breath for that pulse of after, like, adrenaline just draining pain, and it never comes. Your armor holds. Now, in the past, I have done armor degradation. Degradingness? Words? So, I'm gonna say... your armor will degrade by... I'll roll... I'm trying something new. It's kind of a steal from Anarchy, where it degrades your armor up to the rating of the damage that it did. And I'll just roll. So let me see.
Alright.
It could roll up to a 7. I rolled a 3. So you can minus 3 from your armor. It's just unable to keep up entirely with the amount of damage. So next time you're going to roll 3 less armor. That's kind of a house rule. Because I find armor all day sucks. But no armor sucks more. So, take that, 6 Ed. Okay, coming up next. Top of the order. Still with Cat. What do you got?
Greg is unconscious, right?
Greg is down and snoozing. Like a baby. Like an ugly baby. Who made bad life choices.
How much bigger than me is he?
It's an orc. So he's probably got a good foot on you. And probably a good 120 pounds.
All right, never mind. I'm just going to run across him and tackle this guy.
Nice. All right, take him out. Melee combat, sir. Go for it. It's an opposed roll. This person does know what they're doing.
How did you say I did that? Strength?
It will be your agility plus your skill in unarmed or armed combat. You could roll clubs as well if you prefer that number. Or blades if you want to cut them.
Yeah, blades and clubs is the same.
Internet, I need a name for this ganger. What's this ganger's name?
10 plus 6.
Could be a handle. Could be a birth name. You tell me.
Melvin.
I take suggestions from players very seriously. Melvin. Internet, if you have another one, I will treat it as one of them as his birth name, the other one as their handle. So you still chime in if you want to. But I love it. Love it. Melvin. You Melvin up, okay? Just get him right in the teeth.
6 successes.
Woo! All right, and Melvin's having a bad day with... He's got like a tattoo on his neck that says...
Bone dust is
my name. Like the whole thing, the whole sentence. Bone dust is my name. And it says ma as in M-A, not my. Mary.
Does Melvin's retainer fall off when he gets knocked?
Oh, that's canon. By the way, Melvin got only 3 hits on the melee adjust. So add 3 to your damage. Are you doing clubs again?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, so that's going to be 4 plus 2 is 6. Plus your hits, your net hits. So 3 is going to bring it up to 9. Are you doing stun or physical damage?
I'm just trying to grapple him so he can't do anything else.
Oh, okay. You just tie him up real good.
Mainly taking that damn machine gun out of action.
Sure thing. You've got him tied up fairly nicely. All right, coming up next. Bliss. Oh, sorry. Arsenio. You didn't drop in the initiative because of your choices. Bone Dust. Melvin. His name is Marion Melvin Yancey, and he goes by the street name Bone Dust. We're going to have a whole backstory. He failed out of 3rd grade. It was really sad.
Twice.
All right. So, Arsenio, what do you want to do? Bliss, you're on deck.
All right, well, so Melvin's down for the count, or is he still...
Still up. Still struggling. You can just make it out in the smoke at this range.
And I'm right there with him.
Okay, so I'm a little closer now, so I'll do another stun bolt.
Sure, you walk up, try to see him through the fog. You're definitely getting some in your lungs. You're coughing a bit. I'm gonna give you a -2 to any of your. Well, you got pings on these people, so I'll say only -1. So you have AR pings from your hacker friend Bliss. I'm gonna give you that one for free. Bliss, don't forget you want to tag these baddies as you go. I'm just gonna give you that for free. In fact, your sprite looks over at you, Bliss, and is like,
Did you want me to, fuck them up?
Please.
Sure.
You do
I'll take them for
you.
you.
You know it.
Mm-hmm. You got it.
You're so good at this.
I have you to thank. You coded the chaos.
Oh, Synops. I love you.
And then she...
And then she goes and first thing she does, order of business, tag, so you can all see them in AR. So you're only at a -1 for this there, Arsenio.
-1 dice?
Yeah, -1 to your spellcasting. Go ahead and cast.
1, 2, 3, 4 successes.
4 successes. Yeah, this thing seems kind of broken. All right. You got to use the other, not less than, but greater than symbol. All right. Only 2 for dear old Melvin, Bone Dust, Yancey, Marion, LeCool. And so that's gonna be 5 stun. Woof. Just hits. Woof. All right, Arsenio.
Didn't affect me since I've got contact with this idiot doing.
Nope. That's the beauty of magic.
Okay.
Goes where you target it, especially this spell. That's the most beneficial part of it. All right, you boom, and all of a sudden, Yancey, Marion, Melvin, Bone Dust, Latoul is moving a little slower. It's good. I'm just gonna the third. Yeah, I'm gonna keep adding every time. It's gonna have like a 20-minute name by the end of the fight. All right, slower but still conscious. Definitely getting beaten down a little bit. All right, coming up next, Bliss.
Okay, so question. Stevie. I know because I use the Defiance, I know what his status, his basic health and condition monitors are.
Oh, right. Okay. Stevie is heart palpitating, still alive. Effectively, it's like, warning, warning. Will lose consciousness with sustained error. So, if you keep it going, administer another jolt, which is just pull the trigger again. It just sends it down the line.
Yeah, because I get
stun.
4.
Yeah.
Now, this does say a wireless smart link provides a dice pool bonus. And I am using gear with a smart link.
All right. Then you would get a smart link bonus.
Now, but I don't have an augmentation, right?
But that's okay, because it's kind of in your head. So as a Technomancer, that's not going to be a punishment for you.
Well, no, I get a plus 2.
So that means you get a plus 2.
Using an augmentation.
Yeah, it's as if you have one. Just because you're a Technomancer, you can use it.
All right, so I add that then to my dice pool.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, because I didn't do that before. But
Ooh.
that's okay.
That's all right. Live and
That's
learn.
okay. Yeah, that's right. So it's 9 plus 2. Ugh, that was still shite.
Uh-oh. You were mentioning about knocking on wood. Alright, you get 1 hit. Although, honestly... No, sorry. Because it's already in him, you don't have to roll. So, you wouldn't get the plus 2. It's already in him. You're just like, oh, you're still standing?
Oh, right, because it said I can switch as a free action.
Yeah, this is kind of how tasers actually work, I think, as far as I understand it. If the leads are still in the target, you just pull the trigger again and just keep zapping them.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
which is probably one of the main reasons why cops keep killing people with tasers, because they're like, hold the trigger down. Like, no, buddy. You're gonna... Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Too soon.
I will give him another jolt for fun.
All right. You gave him another jolt. He's got to resist 9 stun. Again, with very, very minimal armor. I believe last time I did 8, so we'll keep it there. All right, 3 successes. That is enough to be unconscious. And then the taser now reads...
How in the hell did you get a 10?
The person you are tasing is now unconscious. Thank you for using...
Yeah,
What's
that's
the name of it
question.
again?
Yeah.
What is it again? It's a Defiance?
Her name is Medusa.
Oh. Thank you for using Defiance.
Can I borrow your
Medusa?
Can I borrow your D6? Can I borrow your D6s, Todd?
The one that keeps rolling, exploding? Yeah, no,
the one that...
The
You
one
got
that rolls
a
a
10.
10.
Yeah, I think it's auto-exploding, so I just count it as one. I don't... Yeah. So if you roll a 6 and you've spent karma, then you can roll another 6 and keep doing that until you don't roll a 6 again. So this rolled a 6 and then a 4. But I'm not counting that. It's just counted as a regular hit. So we got 3 hits, and Stevie flops around a little bit and goes to sleep. So Stevie is out.
Right, so that's 3 out, right? Oh, no.
No.
Melvin is still kicking.
Melvin's still kind of breathing. Kicking, yeah.
All breathing. They're all breathing. They're just
All right.
2 are asleep.
Some more than others.
Okay, coming up next. Top of the or well, actually, yeah, Melvin,
Melvin gets
Lethusis, Yancey, Marion, the Third, aka Bone Dust Junior, is next. Is next. So, Bone Dust is going to yell out loudly, "We got company!" And
as
then,
he starts doing that, I smack him in the head with my head.
absolutely, it's no extra damage, but it's nice flavor. And he begins to try to move back, but you've got him unable to actually move up the stairs. This kind of pisses
No, I
him
got a
off.
hold of him.
Yeah. So he's going to try to melee combat you because it's going to be too hard for him to try to shoot you. So he's going to do that now, but he's got a minus because of his damage. A -2. Ooh, I'm rolling well tonight. That's a total of 5 successes. So go ahead and roll your clubs or melee combat to counter this, or you can dodge it if you want Cat. It's versus you. As it's a throwdown. Jason's... Not Jason Stamos style. Jason Stratham style. Or whatever his name is. Imagine
I
a
had two
fight
successes.
Jason Stamos style. I kind of want to see that. Is that just me? I'd just be like, hey.
I got 2 successes club.
Okay, so he wins. So you're going to take some damage. He's a big,
Bring it.
burly dude. So we're going to call this 5. So I need you to... actually, he's going to try to pull the same trick on you. He uses his thing, can't bring it around to you, so just bops you up. But he's got knucks in his gloves. So he's got plastic gloves with the little knuckles to make it extra painy. So you're going to take an extra... what is Nux? I think it's +2. +2? Internet, you know. Nux. Where's Nux? Everybody's got to have Nux. Nux are +1. So you're going to take resist 6 physical. So go ahead and roll body plus your armor.
4 plus 9 is 13.
Ain't nobody messes with Bone Dust.
4 successes.
The Third, Junior, Yancey, Marion, Lethul, Melvin, Robert, the Bruce.
You must be just getting used to your name, weren't you?
You only just learned to spell it.
Is it one name per each orphanage you stayed at, or what?
One name per pastor parent. Oh, that got bleak. Oh.
Oh,
You're
okay,
no
you went the
longer
foster care.
Yancey. You're now Melvin. You're no longer Melvin. You're now Bone Dust. You're no longer Bone Dust. You're now Marion. It's been a hard life.
Hey, Todd.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
No worries.
I gotta take the...
That works for us.
It's a hard knock life for Melvin.
for dogs.
If you gotta do the poochies, do the poochies. Full on. No worries.
Yeah, I wanted to go take the dogs out.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah, do it. Do it up. Alright. So how'd you do on your resist? Ooh, 4 successes. Okay, so you're going to be taking 2 stun. So go ahead and mark that on your character sheet. That's going to put you at a -1 to most of your rolls. Not resistance, though. Alright, coming up next.
Me.
As you go, you glare at Melvin, Yancey, Bone Dust, Marion, Lethul, Jameson, the Third, Junior, with hate in your eyes. And then this real loud, at a minus, but real loud bang occurs from a slight elevation. Cat, out of curiosity, do you want to try and do anything about this? As you just hear, I might even have a sound effect for this. All you hear is, that's the only warning you get.
I am standing now behind Melvin, or whatever his name is.
That's fair. I'll give you cover.
And I am grabbing a hold of him in front of me.
Yeah. He's a big boy. Big human guy.
Yeah. If there's gunfire coming down that step, he's going to get it, not me.
Fair enough. So you just kind of buckle your knees. If you want to drop in the initiative, you can try and get an official dodge. Otherwise, it's just half your reaction. Your call. -5 on your initiative. Or can you... Yeah, I don't know if we can do this multiple times per combat turn, but anyway. Bliss, if you got to bounce, or Bela, if you got to bounce, you can come on back. We'll bring you up to speed.
I'm okay right now. She wants to sit down for a minute before we go out. So
Cool.
I'm good for this round.
What's it going to be, Kat? You going
Do
to
I
drop
have
an
to
initiative?
re-roll my initiative back?
Well, you're currently
Or
at
is it-
12. You could -5 more to try and roll all your gymnastics. Or you can just take it.
I thought it was 17.
Well, you
I
started
can
at
drop my
17.
initiative.
You did one already. So it would be down another 5. You'd be down to 8 or 7. I can's math.
And what am I doing? Dodging?
To try and get out of the gunfire way. I'm going to give you plus
Yeah,
3
Melvin's in
dice
front of me.
for having Melvin in the way. So if you want to just use half your reaction, you can just risk it. And you get 3 bonus dice, and you got to get a certain number of hits.
All right,
Shoot.
tell me what I'm doing then.
All right,
My-
so roll half your reaction. Technically, I think you can't do it twice in a round anyway.
I can't.
I don't think so. I think it's a little more hardcore than that.
So I just
half
took the hit.
reaction plus 3 is your dice pool.
3 is all I get.
Yep, plus 3 though, so total of 6.
Oh, 6. 4 successes.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all. You need to just shrug. 3 successes. You don't get hit as you just buckle and just hold Melvin in the way, and just Melvin shudders, and your hands get all wet as you're holding him, and you look up, and this blood is just pouring out of the, like, just his shirt and his armored vest just start to redden, and then the red's just coming off on your hands a little bit, and the exit wound wasn't enough to go right through, but the shotgun blast that hit him in the back just, and Melvin goes weak at the knees, and just, unless you want to try to hold him up, he's gonna fall.
Yep, I'm holding him up.
Okay, so you can buy that. What's your strength? What's your strength?
4.
4? All right, it's going to take a lot, but you can still hold him up with 4 strength. He's a human. He's a big human. You managed to keep him
agility
upright.
into it if I have to.
Yep. I'm not going to make you roll for it, is what I mean. All right, coming up next. That was a shotgun blast from someone up the stairs. Actually, you can all see now. I will reveal them. At the top of the stairs, looking down, you can see well kind of dressed with a nicer looking armored jacket at the top of the stairs, shotgun in hand, aiming down, just shot his compatriot in the back, trying to shoot you. It's
No mercy.
Mateo.
Okay.
All right.
I still got gun in hand.
All right, coming up next is now Cat. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna pull up my pistol and fire.
Do it. Make your roll. If you've got Smart Link, which you probably do, it should be a +2.
Got what? Smart who?
Yeah, you'll be a Smart Linker.
All right. And this isn't long one. This is pistol, so it's an 11.
Whew.
Plus what?
Plus, I think that's probably including your +2. Yeah, maybe not actually.
No, my pistol is just straight up 11.
Okay, so it'll be +2 to that. So it'll be 13 dice, please. Oh, kitty. Kitty cam.
Four successes.
Yeah. All right. Mateo's a cocky bastard. Shrugs 2 of that, so 2 net hits. What your pistol does 7p, the one you're carrying. So that's gonna be you only get to stage it up 1 to 8p. So that's 8 physical that this guy has to shrug for an armored coat. So that's gonna be 15 dice. 7 hits. Takes 1 physical as the shot from your silenced pistol just hits Mateo, and it kind of grunts a little bit. It hit him kind of just off center mass, somewhere in the torso. But he kind of took the shot half a step back, and he grits his teeth and calls back over his shoulder. He's like, "Sam, we got company." All right, coming up next, Arsenio.
Now, would it be easier to levitate the weapon or the individual?
Unfortunately, when they're holding tight to it, it is a contested roll. I'm going to rule. But yeah, you could totally do that. Oh, by the way,
the individual is going to throw him out of balance and screw him up completely.
I forgot to give you a minus on your roll for trying to hold up the body shield of Melvin, who is bleeding out right now. So Cat, next roll is going to be at a -2. So Karma's bitch.
All right. Well, on who's up there with the shotgun again?
Mateo, and you can you actually see you amongst other people just through the mist. You just make out popping up next to him this blonde woman that you've seen on the feed. You see her up there as well, just kind of looking down from the landing.
I don't know if she has a weapon or not.
She's got magic.
I'm gonna say, yeah, you're the magic user. I'm gonna say you've been looking mostly astrally because the smoke's annoying anyway. So you look at her and you're like, yep, she's awake.
All right, well,
you can get that for free.
I will not do levitate on her. I will do stun bolt on her then.
Make your roll.
Because yes, I don't want trouble. Really? Oh, okay. Well, this time it was coded properly, so 8 successes.
Nice. That's actually really good news, because she got 5, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 or 6?
Yep.
No, that's 5.
I see 5.
All right. So, it goes off. She takes 5 stun. As she raises her one hand, starts to make this circling motion with her other hand, you're like, no! And you hit her with 5 stun. It went through. You see her take it, you're like, and she hisses through gritted teeth, and she's like, ah. All right. It's on. Coming up next, Bliss.
Okay. I'm deciding between 2 things. So the complex form and fusion of attack.
Yeah.
can, like, I couldn't use that with a sprite, could I?
No. If it's a complex
Okay.
form, that's on you.
Gotcha. Okay. I don't think I have time to compile a sprite at this point.
You still have your
So
crack
I-
sprite, which is the one.
Yeah, but
I don't remember if that's
she-
attacky.
Huh?
I'd have to look up to see if that's an attack sprite or not. I think
No.
it is actually.
The crack?
The crack sprite is one you can use for attacking. You can make it do hacking for you.
I got too many papers here.
And it's ugly. I have it here too. So yeah, you can use it to hack any cyberware, that kind of thing. So you could try to get marks on the cyberware of anybody in the room and control it. You can have it take over the lights.
Well,
or
I want to kind of target jackass up here.
Mateo, sure.
Mateo. Yeah.
He does
Um,
appear to be cybered, but it's hard to tell from here what exactly.
All right.
There's a
Then I'm
bit of
gonna
a background buzz to him, though. I'll give you that for free.
I'm going to then get closer so I can see better.
Sure. So you step
Um,
over Greg. You're mock darting, stepping over him. And you
Yeah.
go running up next to Arsenio. And you look up at him. Do a matrix perception check, please. As you're trying to get a feed on, like, what's he got that I can with.
I love how you blank yourself out because I don't.
Yeah.
3 successes.
Occupational hazard. All right, 3. Nice. All right, you
Ah,
can see he's cybered. He's got some. With 3, I'll give you this. Wired reflexes. He's got smart link, cyber eyes, and spurs, like cyber spurs, like a cybernetic weapon in his hands, but not cyber limbs, just the spurs, spikes that come out of his hand. Besides that, he's got a nice pan, an armored jacket, and a weapon and a shotgun that has smart link. So you could hack up most of the things I just said. You gotta kind of pick one though.
Yeah, I gotta pick one. So I feel like I gotta neutralize him a little bit.
Mm-hmm. That's a dangerous gun.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if it's his sight I want to go for. I think I want to go for the gun.
Now,
I think
you
the
can-
gun is probably better.
Thank
okay,
you.
it's probably less
Try to get
protected than his
Yeah.
eyes. He gets a bonus for eyes.
right. Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna go after the gun.
Okay.
So I'm gonna send Xenops out of the and I'm gonna basically tell her, go fuck his shit up. I don't like him.
I thought you'd never ask.
Okay, so you're gonna be rolling her dice, not your own. So what force was
Okay.
she again? Or rating?
She is
let's say 6.
oh
That's what I have on my sheet. You compiled her
what
to
am I
6.
looking for?
Level. It's called level.
Oh, okay. Sure.
We should have probably determined this before and made you roll, but don't worry about it.
Sorry, I didn't
It's okay.
think about it.
So she'll be rolling 12 dice. Actually, do me one favor real fast. I need you to resist fading real quick.
Okay.
It's on your sheet.
Well, just
For
so you know,
compiling. We
her
didn't do
active
it.
skills,
Mhm.
her hacking is 12,
Yep.
and her electronic warfare is 12.
Nice. Can I get you to roll? I think it's 11 dice is your fading resistance from
For my
compiling
fading,
before.
it's 11.
Okay, can you roll 11 dice? And I'll roll 12 dice. And
4.
this is a retroactive fading roll for when you compiled. What's her name? Xenoth?
Xenops.
Oh, Xenops is not playing nice tonight with anybody. How many hits did you get?
I got 6. Or sorry, 4. 1,
Okay,
2, 3,
so you
4.
got 4. Xenops. All right. Well, because it's retroactive, I'm just gonna play nice, and because she is working for you, but we're gonna say you ended up with. I'll re-roll because we did need it to go forward, and we'll take this. We'll split the difference and say you got 1 net
6.
hit. Yeah. So you are gonna be you're gonna be resisting 6 stun. So go ahead and roll that now with your willpower.
Just my willpower?
Oh no, sorry, you just take that, I think. 6 stun. So you are woozy.
Okay.
Yeah. This was the resist roll. Sorry folks. It's Shadowrun. So
okay.
you're feeling a bit stunned, but you gotta help her who gets to roll 12 dice and just tell her what to do. Alright, so go ahead.
Yeah. I will tell her to, again,
We'll say
fuck this
it
shit
just
up.
happened now in the speed of thought. Just as Redcon.
But if I use her, I can't use Edge, right?
No.
No, because it's her dice,
Yeah.
not mine. 3 successes.
Alright, nice. Alright, and now we're back to the hacktacular. With net in your favor. So one in your favor as the gun is just starting to fault out a little bit. You have 1 mark on the gun from your sprite, and you can sort of make things happen with it on command. And because it's your sprite doing it, she kind of looks over and goes,
You don't need these.
and with 1 mark, she's able to change the gun from burst fire, which it was, to single shot. She can't control the safety yet, but definitely going to be less damaging. And next round, definitely going to get to own that gun, hopefully anyway. All right, coming up next. Sorry about the slow poking. It is now Sam's turn. Sam leans out over the rail of this thing, just kind of leaning over. She smiles. She's got kind of blonde hair. Think like Harley, you know what I mean? Harley Quinn, a little bit like that, but just not as cool. As she leans over and goes, and she looks out at Arsenio, locks eyes with you, Arsenio, and grits her teeth. And she ain't pleased with you, so she's gonna do something to you. All right.
Even though she's stunned.
All right. Not just you, actually.
What's the impact of her stun do?
I thought
Just
she had
minuses
stun.
some dice from her. Thank you for reminding me. She got 5 stuns, so she's at -2. So, just 9. Just 9. Ooh, 2 hits. All right, everybody. And I mean everybody. Go ahead and roll. Everybody. Copyright. Please roll
Just 5 seconds.
your willpower. And I'm going to say, Arsenio, do you have any counterspelling you have assigned retroactively? Because we're new to this.
I have it as an active skill. Yeah.
Yeah, what is it?
How
How many?
I roll 10 dice.
Well, hold on. What's the skill level?
Is that
Is it
in
4?
brackets or is that?
It'll be the lower of numbers, so not the 10, but the other one.
So counterspelling 5.
Oh, wow, you're pretty good at counterspelling. So everybody gets to roll their willpower plus 5 because Arsenio knows his job retroactively. So go ahead and
I
roll.
5 as well.
Yep,
All right.
and your willpower. So go ahead, Kat. Go ahead, Bliss. I think she's off headset.
I got 4 successes.
All right. You all feel this as something, a little tiny bit of the gas just shimmers for a second and shuffles, but it's not a physical thing. It's a mana ball. She is playing for keeps. You know what? Yeah, seriously, yeah. She's gonna spend an edgy thingy of hers, though. She really doesn't. Ah, that doesn't help her. All right. Bliss, I need you to roll willpower plus 5 dice. And Arsenio, you feel it as the mana ball starts to just glow right next to you on the astral plane, and you just quickly just push it down, just dampening that effect a little bit. All right, we're going to call that net even for Bliss. So that's going to hit you. Meets beats in this case. So you, Bela,
What happened
Bliss,
here?
a mana ball was cast at your party. Right here. And it hits all of you. Now, Cat shrugs it off. Arsenio shrugs it off, but just the direction it was, a little bit more hit you. So you end up taking 6 physical damage.
That's a -2.
Yep. So you just feel this radiated warmth as you just... It's as though you were in a grenade blast, but nothing else moves. It's the weirdest thing. You just feel it shove against you, and it just burns. Your body actually doesn't change, but underneath, like, the skin just feels like it's blistering and cracking in the heat. Yeah. It's,
And I don't get to do, like, the -10 interrupt or anything?
No, sorry. You got the +5 from Carl. I think.
Okay.
Yeah, you did. So that was the benefit there. Magic's a beast when it works. All right, so there you go. Okay,
Ouch.
coming up next, top of the order.
You said I had to drop him
Yeah,
or lose 2.
Yeah,
something or
exactly. Yeah. Actually, I'm just gonna say, with the force of the last thing, you have now dropped him. If that's okay. No, whatever. What do you want to do? You're still holding onto the body of Melvin, Malvolio, Marion, Bone Dust.
Yeah. Melvin is now hitting the floor,
Fair.
and I'm reaching into my belt, and I'm tossing a grenade up the steps.
Nice. Make your throw.
It doesn't fall down.
Am I able to use both hands?
Sure. You could
Toss a
you
grenade
can granny
up the
toss
steps and
the
then-
grenade if you want to.
And then with my no, not that.
Oh.
With the gun in the other hand, take a shot. Because it was already drawn and aiming at Melvin, or not Melvin, but what's his name?
I think it's I think throwing is a complex action because you got to grab it, prime it, and toss it. Whereas if it was already in your hand, you can get 2 shots off. But like with a handgun, so I don't think so this turn. Sorry.
Yeah, the handgun was already in my hand to begin with.
Handgun was, but the fact of the matter is you got to reach down. It's like action economy. You can spend 2 simples or 1 complex, and I think throwing the grenade is going to be considered a complex action. Sorry, no rule of cool for you. So I'm going to say grenade.
Right.
Can you do throwing weapons?
Oh, yeah. That plus my grenade? No, that's just damage.
Just throwing weapons. If you have the sub skill of grenade, you can do that. The specialty.
No. Throwing weapons. Oh. Come on. Hit it. 3.
All right. 3. It lands more or less on target. It gets up to the top and doesn't appear to be rolling back down the stairs. That's what you wanted.
Yeah, I'm hoping to take them both, give them both damage.
Alrighty, so the grenade lands right about there. Just behind them. Skitters a little, but that it's... Alright. That's going to go off at the end of the turn. Coming up next, Mateo. He's still got that shotgun, and it's single shot only, and I'll consider that at a -1 to all of his attacks as well, because of the sprite getting in his way. He grits his teeth and aims down. He's going to aim at Cat, because you just threw something up, and tries to shoot you. It's still pretty smoky in here.
Yep,
so he's at a slight minus for that as well, and he's injured, so it's at a minus for that. So it gets 3 successes. It is a new round, basically, so if you want to drop in the initiative to try and roll all your gymnastics, you can. Or you can just take half of it, half of your reaction if you want, for free. As you're dodging, dipping, diving, ducking, dodging. Now, did you take the initiative drop?
Gymnastics.
All right. So that drops your initiative to 7 or 8. Nope, 7. All right. Okay. That's okay. You got to go first last time. That was good. So, you managed to get 2 successes. The shotgun just clips you as you try to get out of the way. This person is a pretty good shot, considering. So, let me just check the damage on that. Hold on one second. So many bloody different shotguns to pick from. Oh, woof, 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 woof. All right. So that's net 1 for them. By any chance, did you want to roll some edge? You get to re-roll any failures. You only got 2 successes on that 9. Hint, hint. Nudge, nudge. Or you can save it. It's up to you.
He's going to wax me, I know.
Well, you could re-roll that dodge roll if you want to, and really try to get out of the way. Or you can save it for soaking the damage. It's up to you.
What were you saying about the edge?
So edge is I don't know how many your character has, but it's like
5.
you just get a slight edge. You can roll your edge rating before and add it as dice. Or my favorite use is you can use it to re-roll any failures. So you just use 1 edge point and you re-roll any of the failures. For this case, that'd be rolling 7 dice and praying to God you get 2. Alternatively, you could just take the hit and soak the damage.
I'll play the game. Take the damage.
You're going to soak it. All right.
Yeah.
So you're getting hit with 12 physical. Take your armor rating, whatever it is, and your body, and -1 from that because of piercingness of it. And if you need to, you can spend edge on this. You can even spend it before you roll, and that would allow you to re-roll any 6s, and each 6 counts as a separate hit. So if you're rolling, I'm guessing like 15 to 18 dice,
12.
6s could be pretty magical if you want to pre-spend edge. Or you can hold on to it and re-roll failures, or both. It's up to you.
All right, you said body plus my armor.
You got it.
And that gives me a 12.
What's your
All right,
body?
I want to roll 4.
And your armor?
9.
What kind? Oh, it's a long coat. Right. Okay.
No.
So that should be 13, right?
Mine's a
minus
lined
1.
coat.
Yeah, that's right. 9. It's 9. So you got 13 dice. 13 dice to roll. Lucky 13.
Minus 1, you said.
Right. So 12.
5
Now-
successes.
Before we do this, before I look at the screen, I know it's already up there. Are you going to pre-edge this or save the edge
No.
just in case? Okay, take
I
it.
only got
All right.
1 failure.
5 successes. So the shotgun blast takes you, hits you right in the armor, but also in the torso. You are going to be taking 7 damage. Do you want to re-roll failures or take it?
I only got 1 failure.
I only saw 5 successes out of 12. So you could re-roll 7 dice if you want to on your resistance.
Can I have to use all 5 of my edge points?
No, just one. Just one. You
one?
get to re-roll any failures, failures. It's real handy that way.
7. All right, so I reduce my edge by 1.
Well, not permanently. Just you get
I
to use
got you,
it
I got
today. It refreshes usually at the end of the game.
All right, give me 7 good hits. 1 more. So I
One
got
more. Okay, so you take 6 physical as a shotgun blast. So you managed to deke out of the way of the mana ball, and just you felt the heat kind of warm microwave your soul, as it were, just a little bit. But you didn't take any damage. But you hear Bliss go, "Ugh!" And then you look up, and Mateo just levels the shotgun, and you take it. It's a slightly glancing blow as the pellets just go basically from your belly button to your right hip, and it burns and hurts a lot, but you're still standing with 6 physical damage. All right, coming up next,
felt
Arsenio.
worse.
So, Cat, how you feeling, buds? Need some help, or the only spells I can really do are to stun, or I can use, I guess, my own weapon to try and fuck them up.
I'd say fuck these people up because we're both
They got a
really
mage.
hurt.
All right, so can I use that? What's the HK 227X? That's a rifle.
Submachine
or-
gun. Little submachine gun.
Okay, what would I use? Oh, okay, would that be pistols?
Uh,
Skill? Or...
It should. If you've done it through Hero Lab, it'll probably do the math
No,
for you.
it's the pre-gen.
Oh, okay. It's probably correctly done. So what's the number of dice left of the bracket?
Left 8.
8. So you're going to be rolling 8 dice.
Anything else? Just
I
8 dice?
don't think you have Smart Link, so that's not going to bump
Let
it.
me see. Let me see. No, does not look like I do. Alright, well, hey, you know.
All right.
2
roll 8 dice.
successes.
And who are you shooting at?
The mage.
Nice. Always shoot the mage. It's a great roll. All right, 2 hits. Let's see if she gets out of the way. She's just grinning down. She's not really thinking much about it, about anything. So she's just gonna. She got 1 success. You get net 1. That's gonna do 8 physical to her. So she's now got to soak that. Nice job. All right, so you clip her, and she's got some. She's got some body. Oh yeah. So, and she's got an armored vest on. So total 10. Takes
Hi.
a total of 3. Nope, sorry, I forgot to subtract. That's gonna be 5 physical for her. Oh,
Alright.
and you are so lucky. You are so lucky. So here's the thing: the damage is less than her armor rating, so it comes up as stun. Like the like before adjustment or after adjustments damage ends up being 5 stun. And so she takes the shot from the spray of your submachine gun, and she yelps and kind of falls to one knee, gasping hard. She's still conscious, but only barely. All right. Nice turn. You want to move at all?
No, I'm good.
All right. You're still holding up Bliss, so that's probably for the best. Speaking of Bliss, it's your turn. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I want to get the hells out of there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna kind of go try to find a little corner over here.
Good call.
And then
so you
I'm-
go walking
gonna-
through the smoke, trying to find the wall. You find it eventually.
And I just noticed something. Something messed up with my the computing here. And I just looked at what the total number was and I used it, but I think it's wrong because it says it's the whatever it is number plus logic. And somehow
for which? For resisting?
For her skills.
Oh,
no,
okay.
for her skills.
Right.
And the way it was adding it added as if logic was only a 6 when it's an 8. So I was 2 dice short.
Oh, okay.
So I have to fix that.
Sure thing.
But
Yeah.
I'll do it this time.
Sure. Oh, Shadowrun. Slightly complicated.
I just wanted you to know, like, why I was changing my dice.
Of course.
So I'm going to basically say to Xenops, disable the gun now. And maybe give him a little shock. That'd be pretty cool. Like, if you could. Like, you know.
I'll
Don't want
do
to
what
hurt
I
him.
can.
So...
And that mage ball that she threw down here, what was it? Fire, electric?
It's called Mana Ball. And
Yeah.
it basically doesn't hit physical things, only living things. She tried to microwave your soul.
Okay, so
It
my
goes
damage
right through
resistance
armor,
take-
doesn't damage physical stuff.
Okay, my damage resistances don't count then.
Unfortunately, no. Magic can be a real pain. All right. So Bliss takes cover. Can you roll 12 dice for me there, Bella? That's going to be how well your sprite rips up his gun again.
I did.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Four hits. Thank you. Sorry, didn't see. Let's roll. Ooh, net 3. All right, guess what? You got that second mark. The safety is on. So at the very least, it's not going to shoot this round. And, sure, why not? We'll get this for free. The clip, the barrel clip underneath that looks like a drum, goes and falls down the stairs. And the guy's just like, what?
That up.
Free ammo.
No
All
doubt.
So...
Nicely
yeah.
done. That didn't hurt him, but basically
Cat?
took his gun away.
Pat, finish him. You're... That's all I can do.
Yep. All right, coming up next, it's gonna be Sam again, and
She's already down.
Sam,
she's not down and out. She's at 10 stun, and she is going to. She looks up at Mateo and goes, "It's been fun." And she disappears from view.
Really?
Really?
Top of
Oh,
the round?
I gotta learn how to do that.
Top of the round?
Arsenio. You can still
Well,
see
I
her.
guess they weren't that close.
You see her crawling away on all fours for a little while, then struggle to her feet, and she's just holding her head and her gut from all of the stun damage, and she's just like, she kind of leans against one wall for a bit, leaving a bit of a blood print on the wall, just from like a nosebleed or something, and then just kind of stands herself up and starts walking down the hall. Only Arsenio can see this, although with a real high perception, somebody might see the handprint of blood. As she turns, she walks away, and Mateo's like, "Hey, babe, babe, fuck it!" He throws the gun, just free action, causing Cat to have to slightly duck, but no big deal. All right, top of the order, Teo.
Wrong.
Oh, sorry. No, you
Kaboom!
dropped. You're absolutely right. That should have happened before. This whole fight would have been a lot shorter. My bad.
You said the end of the round.
I did. Frickin'
Boom.
boom, as the whole thing just turns into a cloud of flame and shrapnel as the frag grenade goes off.
16 points of damage.
If you're close. If you're a little further away,
No,
you'll take a
that's
little
up-
less.
That was up top where he's at, not down here with us.
It was ground zero for him, so he is taking the full shebang. Absolutely. But she might not, actually. Oh, 16. Oh, it's a high explosive?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So 16 minus 2 per meter. All right. So none of you are, well, I'm going to say with the height differential, you're okay, Kat. You're kind of blasted and go down on one knee to kind of shield yourself as this grenade goes off. 16 damage? I don't even know why I'm rolling, but it's fun to roll a mitt full of dice. That's the best thing about Shadowrun. He's a pretty beefy dude, and he's wearing nice armor. So we're going to say...
From behind.
From behind. And there's a minus on this, I think. Minus... No, there's no... Oh, no, it is minus 2 AP. So it's... There we go. You get 6 successes. Oh, my goodness. So here's what happens.
And
Everybody ducks and cowers as this thing goes. Something you're not even entirely sure what goes flying past you over your heads and just hits the far wall and goes and lands, taking falling damage as well, just next to Arsenio, who's like ducking, and this body just goes boom, boom, and this smoldering, smoking, once nice armored coat. The back is just rib cage torn akimbo and flames and like burning and smoke and that terrible, terrible, yet slightly acridly sweet, I'm told, human flesh burning kind of smell as Arsenio hits the ground. And just, it was actually the impact on the ground that snaps his neck.
Arsenio?
Oh, sorry, not Arsenio.
Mateo.
Mateo.
Man,
Mateo.
That was the coldest player kill ever.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't even know he was in the line of fire.
Yeah,
By the
no.
way, I'll be right
Well, I
back.
said it, so
Okay.
it's canon. No, I'm kidding.
I need 5
I'm-
minutes.
Absolutely. All right, so
Yeah, it's on.
no
it's approaching
more
midnight
Mateo.
as well. So
Yeah, it's going to
you
be
know.
wrap time, actually. So we'll just do this nice and quick now that Bela's away. We're going to do this all underhanded. She's dead. No, I'm kidding. The sprite is like, I know she's not here to appreciate it, but I know you are, audience. So the sprite calls to Bliss and says,
Well, my job's done. So, bye-bye.
and the sprite dissolves, having finished its attacks, and then the rest of you are standing there in the wreckage and smolder and just smoke after smoke, and now the fire alarm goes and like trickles of water come down from a sprinkler system. You're standing in the lobby. What do you want to do? Doesn't appear to be any combatants right now.
I'm going to run over and I'm going to handcuff all 3 of the people that are laying here. Oh, 2 of the people.
Well, yeah, because 2 of them are dead. Yep, done
Zip
and done.
tie the other 2.
Zip, zip, zip. All right. Arsenio, what do you want to do?
Do you think he's dead?
Well,
Guys,
not
or-
I'm searching bodies.
Yep. You can do that. Now, you just set off a major explosion inside a building in Seattle. It's the Barrens, though, so there probably won't be cops. Probably.
No, but where's the mark? Is
Upstairs.
it taken care of? Do we have
Not yet.
proof? But didn't the whole building sort of cave down?
No,
So
but
him
this
being-
whole
no.
section of the lobby is definitely on fire. But you can kind of sidestep that. You scoot up the stairs to get a better look down the hall, keeping an eye out the whole way for that mage. There's no sign of her in the hallway, although part paneling is in, the walls are all pushed out. You can see into some of the one-time suites. Fortunately, it doesn't appear like there's anybody else up here right now. There's a whole lot of junk and water damage and fire damage now. You're all kind of moving as a unit.
Grenades don't have fire damage.
This
shrapnel.
one, no, a frag grenade doesn't have fire damage. A high explosive grenade does a lot of fire damage. Its whole point is to cause explosion and fire.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
If you want frag grenades, we can make that happen. But that one was more flamey than that. All right, so just for the sake of brevity, you guys go up to the top, keeping an eye out. You're not seeing anything. Arsenio, can I get you to do a perception check or a sensing check for me, whichever one you want?
Perception or sensing. Using my mouse, so. Alright, let's see which one's best.
Kat, you are very thankful that you have a gas mask on and aren't breathing in this acrid smoke. The other two are coughing on the regular. God, your ribs hurt.
2 successes.
2 hits?
Yep.
hopefully he's looking for Sam.
All right. So you don't see Sam, but what you do see are handprints. It's weird. It's not a bloody handprint. Well, you see a few bloody handprints, but they are laced with her awakened blood as well. So you can fairly quickly pick them up. She went down the hall, was thrown onto the floor briefly, and then kept going down the hall and to the left. So you know where she's gone, down towards what looks like there was a fire exit that way. The stairs, however, where you are standing, switch back and go up. So do you want to chase Samantha, or do you want to go up?
Let's take Sam out.
Sam was just another hired person, right?
Yeah, she's liable to come in behind us if we do go after him. She knows we're here. He doesn't. Well, maybe.
So my question is, do we want to go and take care of her, or let her be?
I'd say take her out.
Well,
First of all, she's a mage.
Yes.
And now that I don't have to have my detention divided with the asshole, I can actually help nail her ass too.
Alright, well, I'll go in and chase the mage then.
Alright. Both of you together then?
Going straight, yes.
Well, no, why don't you go up to the mark?
You want to split the party? Yeah. Okay.
What way did she go? You point me in the right direction. I'll lead.
So she went this way, but the stairs switch back and go back that way. So basically to the south is up the stairs, and to the north is the hallway that Sam fled down. Oh, you're just here in time, Bela. They're trying to decide what to do. Would you rather chase down
the mage or go for Jack?
It's your call.
Keeping in mind, if we go for Jack, she could come in behind us.
But she's also fairly...
She's pretty messed up.
Yeah, she's running. I feel like our objective was to get Jack. And at this point, we've made enough noise.
Yeah.
That Jack might want to skedaddle, so I feel like we can't waste time. We need to get Jack.
All right.
Agreed.
All right. So Arsenio, you're the last one up the stairs as the other two head up, and you're just trying to keep an eye out behind you with your magical vision, the astral perception going. It makes navigating the stairs a little difficult. You keep kind of stumbling a bit, but it's nothing you're not used to. All right.
I'm gonna
go ahead.
I'm gonna put Xenops back into the.
Yeah, de-res her.
Yeah, and send her up ahead.
Oh, actually, she only had one net service, so you told her to attack. So that's done.
Okay.
Yeah. So
she's gone.
She devolved back into the code from whence you plucked her.
Okay.
She disappeared.
You can
Xenops.
you can compile her again if you feel like.
No, I took enough drain. I'm hurting. I'm hurting right now.
Absolutely. All right. You got a couple seconds if anybody wants to do anything. Otherwise, you guys go booking up the stairs. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm switching weapons too.
Sure. What are you going to carry as you go up?
My Ares Desert Strike.
That's a sniper rifle. That's not great close range.
Oh, that's the sniper?
Yeah.
All right. What was the Enfield AS7?
That's a shotgun. Very good for close range.
That works. That
All
works.
right.
I'll take that out.
Now remember, you are hired to well, never mind. You guys can go ahead. Do what you do.
I would have actually reminded him that we were to take him in.
I understand.
At least still breathing.
All right. So,
But if he sees a threat coming at him, he's liable to stop.
1, 2, up to the 3rd floor, checking your corners. You're moving as a relatively competent unit. You've survived in the shadows this long, so I'm assuming you know how to deal with hallways and doorways. You wind your way up through all of this and find yourselves just outside the door, a small, it looks like it was once an office of some kind that's been converted. You see a bathroom on your right, and the smell of which you can pretty much tell right now it's not functional. The 3 of you assembled in the hallway to the double doors. You hear the buzz of machinery on the far side of the wall, and Bliss can sense the matrix feed coming through here. There's a door in front of you. What do you want to do? Any of you?
Check to see if it's locked.
It is. You could have your hacker pop it open, or you could try the pan thing you have from below. I'm assuming you've collected a few new ones since you searched the bodies. Alternatively, you have a shotgun. The best key ever.
Yeah, and he probably already knows we're here.
All right. So Bela, Bliss kind of extends her hand out to try to hack the lock, and then just boom! Cat blows the door off the hinges. You see a couple of servers laying around, scavenged from somewhere. This seems to be where Yukon Jack tended to do matrix business and minor level fixing. So you guys enter in pretty, strewn place, and you go through, and it's just the smell of urine and just takeout containers. It's awful. You kind of go around a corner into what would have been a suite, up into kind of a larger area, covering your corners and each other as you go, calling out and tagging anything as you go. And you go walking in, and there in the center of the room is a rather large troll, wearing the fur-lined kind of armored vest, sitting there plugged into the matrix, eyes closed, a set of mirrored sunglasses on his face, and he's just like, so he's muttering away in his kind of stupor as he's plugged into the matrix. What do you want to do?
I feel like I can do something to really fuck his shit up.
If you want to. For the sake of brevity, because we are at 12:10, you could just yank his feed.
Yeah.
All right. Let's just keep it nice and short.
I would know to do that.
So, he kind of jerks awake just after a few seconds as you guys hustle into the room. and the three of you are quickly take up position around him, and he just opens his eyes. Hey. All right, chummers. We could do business here.
Yeah, no, I'm slapping some restraints on him.
All right. Yep. You restrain him, and under shotgun and Arsenio just ready to. The three of you quickly kind of subdue him. He himself isn't much of a threat. He's like, I can make this worth your while. As you kind of arm. I mean, he's a troll. He's pretty big, so you can't. You can encourage him to move at the barrel of a gun, but you're not going to muscle your way around him.
At the barrel of the gun, right underneath of his head. He's not moving.
Absolutely. So you unplug him, and he winces from the jack. Oh my god, dump shock. That's the word. Okay. So Yukon Jack kind of shudders, and his nose starts to bleed freely, but he is conscious and compliant. And you now have Yukon Jack as you go marching out of the upstairs, down through the smoke and past all the bodies and the unconscious guards, gangers, and he learned to shut the hell up, and he does try basically yammering away at you the whole time. Do you want to say anything to him, or just take him?
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Nice. All right. You take him downstairs. You load him. Where are you going to put him?
I will remind him that my finger is a little bit shaky right now. I've taken some damage myself. Don't piss me off.
He just nods at that and kind of clamps his own mouth shut. The only time since you've been around him that he has been quiet. You lead him out, take him over to your vehicle, and then suddenly realize there's nowhere to put him unless he's riding in the trunk.
There is.
Oh, okay. Where are you going to put him?
I am going to strap him in the back to the gun.
All right. You make it safe and take all the bullets out, and you just tie him.
I will chain him to that gun.
Nice. All right. You chain him to the
Mad
gun
Max.
and the gun mount. And you take his
Total Mad
pan
Max.
and his cyber deck. Which, honestly, it's not a great cyber deck. He wasn't too much of a entry-level hacker. But you do have a low-grade cyber deck. We'll give you the details on that later, Bliss. I'm assuming you want that.
Yeah.
You can sell
Yes, I
that
do.
shit.
I'm the.
Probably
Or I can.
more than you're going to make on this run.
Actually, I know what I'm doing with it.
All right.
Before we leave,
I want to learn.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Bliss.
as they're walking him out and start chaining him to the
Truck.
ballista,
Yeah.
or trunk or whatever, I'm gonna go find Nick.
Mm.
And
what do you want to say to Nick?
I'm gonna be like, come on, you're coming with me. And I'm gonna grab his.
So you see this kid, like South Asian descent, like shorts, and he's crawling through out of this little bolt hole. He's filthy and malnourished, and he's just like, "Oh,
Get your stuff.
I gotta tell Mateo."
There's no talking to Mateo. Just get your stuff. Let's go. Mateo made his choices.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna kind of block his eyes as I'm walking him out,
Sure.
so he doesn't see the carnage.
That's fair. You do that, and he... Yeah.
And
Wait a minute, he
I'll
didn't come into
take.
the building.
He was already in.
In the building with us?
No, he was in the
he
building
was just outside.
before we even came.
Yeah, he was in the
was he
alleyway.
outside?
In a
Yeah,
little
he was
bolt hole.
outside, so he
I
didn't,
thought he was inside.
No, he didn't see
It's
Mateo.
okay. Yeah, you just
Okay.
stop him from going in when he tries to go.
Yeah, and we'll just grab his stuff, and
He doesn't have
I'm-
much in terms of what
I
he
didn't
owns.
think
but
so.
Just a little Radio Shack repaired. RC deck control for a drone, and like a little satchel of just like knickknacks and like a half broken, shredded up teddy bear. It's real sad. So you take him.
I'll sit him on my lap, and
he's got the little kid seat in the trunk, in the back. And
we'll put him there, and
all right, and cut to as the vehicle's all loaded up, and you're in the vehicle. All you see is the backs of your heads, and you see this little like kid look out through the back of the van, not the back of the van, back of the pickup truck, out the window, and then you see a hog-tie gagged Yukon Jack, his face kind of up against the glass, and the kid goes, "Oh, okay,
Wait,
all right."
I chained him to the gun. How could he get to that glass?
Well, no, the gun's in the trunk, like in the back of the
It's in the back of the
pickup.
pickup.
Yeah, so like he's kind of wedged in, but near there, and is able, like near that window, as he's totally tied up. He's not free or anything. He's just they lock eyes. This little kid and this big kind of street savvy troll, and the kid looks back in the room and mutters something like, "Oh boy." And that is going to be the end of our run tonight. As you guys drive away, you turn in Yukon Jack for the bounty. You have yourself a new contact named Nick. Cybersquirt 2000. You might want to get him to change his name.
He's not a contact. He's
gonna
be my little protege.
He's a protege. You have yourself a protege. Oh, that's so sweet.
He's gonna be my little. I'm gonna train him, and he's gonna live with me.
He's their intern.
Yeah, he's my little intern.
Yeah, there you go.
What rating was that cyberdeck?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'll have to look up something. Nothing too high. He was not much of a hacker. He didn't put up any kind of struggle with that. Okay, sure. All right, thanks very much, everybody, for playing tonight. That was fun, and that's a great way to pass my birthday. I'm going to call that an Erica MCD rating 1 cyber deck with an attribute array 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 4.
So
3, 2, 1.
It's on the street, probably worth about 15 grand.
Okay. Well, I've already got a rating 4 cyber deck as well.
Yeah. This would be a good trainer for the kid. This one though.
I'm going to use that one as a trainer for the kid.
Right.
I'm going to give him that, and
later on when he graduates, he gets the good one.
He gets this. He gets the level 4.
Dude,
rating 4.
You just basically kidnapped yourself a little protege. I love it.
I didn't kidnap him.
Very Game of Thrones. You rescued him. You're right. You rescued him.
I rescued him. A kid was malnourished and untaken care of.
He was the smartest one in the group, apparently, because he was just like, him and Sam are the only survivors of that whole... Well, there's 2 people knocked out.
Barely Sam.
Oh, she was rugged.
Only Sam because she ran.
Yeah. Well, she's no dummy. And she also could show up again. You never know. Thanks so much for playing, everybody. Thanks for making my birthday kind of fun. Playing some Shadowrun. I'm super glad I messed all of you up at least a little. I think, right?
Oh, yeah.
I did. Oh, I was real messed up.
Did I get Carl at all? I don't remember.
No, I don't think you did.
Oh, it was going to be the sudden drop at the end and kill you by Mateo landing on you. I'm kidding. So you're the only one who managed to get through unhurt. That's good. And thanks very much, Internet, for joining me. Thanks so much, Sarah Fabriel, for the birthday. Happy birthday wishes. Hey, it's a COVID birthday. We've all had at least one of those.
I got one coming.
Woot. Well, I gotta say, this one beats the one from a couple years ago when I basically had a candle and a stale cupcake singing happy birthday while I washed my hands. Come on, we've all been there. Every single one of us.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Unless you're a newborn. Anyway, thanks very much for joining us, Internet. And don't forget, you can always check out our previous games, our D&D games, Shadowrun games. It's all on the podcast places. Podbean under SideQuest Live, all one word. or you can check out any of the other podcast places, iTunes and so on. And we also put all our video stuff up on the YouTubes. So if you want to see the nonsense, see the chaos, and the maps, the beautiful maps. I gotta give a shout out to the maps. I subscribe to a bunch of Patreon people, and so thanks very much. I'm trying to remember who the maps were from tonight, but I don't have it in front of me. I think these ones were Seagate or Seafoot or something like that, but I have it in the credits afterwards. So go check those out. And the music is Creative Commons. And most importantly, thanks for joining us. It was so much fun, and I hope you have a wonderful night and a wonderful week. We'll be back another time in the shadows. Cheers, everybody. Bye-bye. Any parting words? Oh, I almost forgot. We need an episode title. I'm sorry.
Happy birthday, Todd.
Yeah, that'll be great for the data miners. Good night, Uncanny. Hey, now that you've heard a couple more games. Oh, it's 368. I didn't know that. I was putting 268. But yeah, I hope you're getting some rest. Thanks so much for joining us. We're still on. I just need a title for the episode. I would put birthday, but I'm super paranoid. It's those of you who play Shadowrun, you know the paranoia. So, quick question for you. What should the name of tonight's episode be? Either people at the table or people on the internet. What do we want to call it? Any suggestions, gang?
Nope.
Yukon Jack bites the dust.
Yukon Gold?
Yeah, there you go.
All right, Yukon Gold it is. Thanks very much, everybody. You're awesome. Be safe, be happy. If you can, get vaccinated, please, and take care of your families, yourselves, and each other. We love you, everybody. Bye-bye. Night, night.
How much money do we make?
Oh, the eternal question. I hadn't even decided. All right, I'm going to turn off the feed now.
We
Have a
never
great night.
even...
It's true. You're true professionals.